Alright, time to let people know we exist. Oops. Kinda need that over here. Right. Hello everyone, this is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian, and we are in our second campaign of the Great Continental War of the Setting Sun, Fantasy Age 2nd Ed RPG, set in a sort of historical fantasy world inspired by the Napoleonic Wars. And yes, if you're catching on to the second campaign, the first campaign covered how this war started, so feel free to check that out in my archives and on my YouTube channel, where they'll all be stored in a nice playlist. So if you're coming here, you want to see what happened before this, there's a whole other thing that happened. It's not terribly long, it's only 7 missions, so with a bit of flashback to their glory days in the academy. But let us begin. In the murky dawn of an uncertain spring in 18XX, the village of Lysel became the grim stage for the Battle of Three Crowns, the inaugural clash of the Great Continental War of the Setting Sun. Along the fog-kissed shores, 3 ominous Almanian ships loomed, one bearing the imperial colors of the esteemed House von Sonnenlichstadt. On land, the resolute footsteps of the Imperial Guard of Emperor Eleron Stornhelm echoed to the beat of mighty drums. Lysel, once a sanctified ground honoring Saint Solara, now bore witness to the convergence of 2 formidable empires in the union of their rulers, Emperor Eleron and Imperial Princess Adelaide. Little did they know, this morning would see the baptism of 4 unsung heroes in the crucible of war. The tranquil facade of the village shattered when naval ships, defiantly brandishing the flag of the 10 Isles, initiated a surprise onslaught. Whispers spread that petty King Reginald Blackwood orchestrated this audacious attack, aiming to cripple both the Gallian and Almanian empires in one fell swoop. But the tides of fate favored the brave souls defending their rulers that day. Among these courageous defenders stood Lieutenant Cormac MacNeil, the Tin Island Earl of Strathcliffe, and a seasoned diplomat, instrumental in brokering previous peace treaties. With him were Sous-Lieutenants Diego Borgia, scion of a prominent Wenelani merchant family known for his allegiance to the Friends of Constitutional Order, and Isabelle Dumas, a galleon lady of the upper class, also affiliated with the Friends of Constitutional Order. Alongside them fought Corporal Luciano Bianchi, a steadfast commoner from Peninsula de Castrum, whose unwavering loyalty to the Stornhelm family marked him as a true hero. Though the Imperial Guard and the Princess's own Marines valiantly fought to protect Emperor Eleron and Princess Adelaide, it was the Lysel militia that emerged as the unsung saviors of the day. Their sacrificial efforts secured the lives of their rulers, but came at a staggering price. The heart of Lysel lay in ruins. The port and downtown area, once vibrant, were reduced to rubble, sparing only the Church of the Setting Sun, the garrison of Lysel's militia, and a scattering of noble abodes nestled away from the shore. Cormac's strategic acumen ensured the survival of a populace that might otherwise have faced utter annihilation, leaving behind a village forever scarred by the tumultuous events of that fateful day. Amidst the swirling mists of political intrigue, High King Eamon MacLear, though vehemently disowning the treacherous actions of petty King Blackwood, found himself caught in a storm of suspicion. Many believe Blackwood's betrayal to be a mere smokescreen, masking the High King's clandestine ambitions. In response, the united forces of Gallia and Almania conceived the formidable Continental system, a stringent embargo that barred even neutral nations from engaging in trade with the defiant Ten Isles. Yet, the Ten Isles, buoyed by their burgeoning economic might in the aftermath of past conflicts, had become masters of the vast seas that embraced their shores. In a daring act of rebellion against the imposed embargo, Queen Kalia Arvanar, sovereign of the coastal realm of Vitlu, stood undaunted and initiated trade with the Ten Isles, shattering the silence of obedience. The audacious move stirred the ire of Gallia and Almania, sparking a swift and decisive response. To quell the temerity displayed by Vitlu, Gallia, renowned for its military prowess, dispatched the newly christened 7th Corps of the Grand Armée de Gallia to march upon Vitlu's soil. Almania, guarding the traditional land borders, maintained a vigilant watch against any potential intrusion. With war drums echoing in the distance, the fate of Vitlu hung in the balance, and the peace and order of the continent of the setting sun teetered on the precipice of uncertainty. In the waning days of autumn, the valiant heroes of the Battle of Three Crowns, now bearing the mantle of the newly minted 7th Corps, embarked on a journey across the vast, unpredictable seas. Their ship, a bastion of gallant souls, cut through the waves with steely determination. It had been but a few fleeting months since the somber days of Lysel's destruction, yet the wounds were still raw. The memories of that fateful battle etched into their very souls. As the ship approached distant shores, the coastal winds carried whispers of impending conflict. There, upon the rugged beaches, the Lysel militia heroes would once again rise their swords and spirits. Not only would they face the resolute forces of Vitlu, steadfast in their defiance, but also the ominous specter of the Ten Isles and its formidable navy loomed on the horizon. The crisp autumn breeze snapping the regimental banners, the heroes steeled themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. In their eyes burned the flames of courage, determination, and the unyielding resolve to defend their homeland and preserve the hard-won peace of the continent of the setting sun. The battle-hardened souls of Lysel militia, now soldiers of the 7th Corps, stood ready to face whatever trials the tumultuous seas and the clash of nations might bring upon them. The echoes of their past heroism reverberated in the salt-laden air, testament to their unwavering commitment to honor, duty, and the unbreakable bond of camaraderie that bound them together in the face of adversity. And Author was wishing us a bit of good luck there in Cleon, but he acknowledged it's the wrong game. But yes, we are now in the second campaign. You guys are crossing the sea, but since we last sat, you leveled. So, I believe, before we started, Cormac McNeil was asking for some assistance in leveling.
Mm-hmm.
So, get good? No, I'm just kidding. So,
I'm trying, man. I can't do it.
And I need to find the bit where gaining levels. There we go. So yeah, to get to level 4, I believe I said you guys said it earlier. The current XP is at 2,000 and some.
500.
2,500. And we go into level 3 next.
3, not 4, yeah.
Yes, to get to level 3, it'll require 4,000. Yes. So looking to our envoy. Here. So the first thing at level 2 is you pick a ability to advance. It's one of your primaries.
One of the marked ones with a tick mark, right?
Correct.
Okay, can it be any? Can I, for instance, level my communication that's now at a 5 to a 6?
When you're advancing, to advance something from 5 to 6 requires 2 advancements. So you would note that you've tried to advance from 5 to 6 once, and the next time you try to advance communication, it would bump up to 6. It gets more expensive the better and better the rating gets.
All right. So
What's
then,
the cutoff for that? Does that start at 4 or 5?
5
or
is the
6?
last time you. 5 is the last one you can buy for 1 advancement.
Okay.
okay, do I get an advancement level 3 as well?
So what happens is you advance. It alternates. It goes on evens. It goes to your primaries. On odds, it goes to your non-primaries. So basically everything
Oh,
without
okay.
a mark.
So it'd be
Okay.
till level 4 till you could get it to level 6. You could
Right.
get communication to 6.
Yeah.
I'm fine with having 5 for now. I'll dump a point into intelligence.
The second thing you would look to at an even numbered level. Fantasy Age is better in the original Klingon. Also, waves at Jamie, long time no see.
Oh, hello.
So the next thing you get 1 stunt advancement and 1 talent advancement. So stunt advancement is something each class has special stunts that only they have access to for a few levels. So you get an access to one of the envoy ones.
Could you tell me the page?
Yep, that's what I'm gravitating to as well. You think I'd memorize? I've played an envoy 2 different games, but only second edition introduced special stunts. So that would be 155.
Envoy stunts. Okay.
And so basically, these are things that you would add onto your sheet, and these are stunt that you on top of the stuff you already can do. You choose one of these. You now have access to that stunt. So if it says so many SP, that's how much it costs to activate that stunt.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that a Columbo reference and another thing? Oh, one more thing.
I was more of a Fletcher guy myself, but you know.
Yeah, you said your mother loved eggs, but then in her diary it was clear that she hated eggs. So, Columbo.
Were you a witness to what he just did? Were you a witness to what he just did?
That actually looks quite cool. I'll actually add that Columbo thing and another thing. Yeah. Can you just read through it real quick? Check if it's okay.
Yeah, you can take any of them. In action time occurs fear to pick up the attack roll. So you can, for 2, you can just straight up do another test related to it, as long as it's exploration or social.
Yep.
So
here's a question: where do I put it in the sheet?
So where I put it, I just went to load. Yep. I put it in under class.
I see.
And I added it. I just added it as a. I would just note that the type of thing it was that it was a social stunt. So I knew it was a envoy stunt. So I knew where it came from. I just added it as a power in here because technically it is a class power. If you think of it, if you tilt your head a little bit.
Okay, I'm just gonna copy it and note down that it costs 2.
Yeah, a bit of a trap is getting it's a big gamble, but getting one of the high value stunts and being that costs 5 and being like, that looks amazing. It's like, yes, it does, but you actually have to get the stunt points to use it. So sometimes just buying a cheaper one makes it more viable in the long run. You also gain a focus at this level in one of your primaries.
Oh, 1 second. So source to wait. I'll put under source. I'll just put cost to SP. Say. Okay, and sorry, what did you say? Gain a focus in one of my primaries.
Yep. And the list of such focuses are on page 12.
Well, it's going to be intelligence military lore, obviously.
Oh, well, never mind, yeah. I wonder why you'd want to take that, given your experience in Lysel.
Odd. What kind of a question is that? Okay, is that it?
Not quite. You still get some HP. But level advancement there is in a different spot, because everyone gets these. Defense advancement doesn't happen yet. Focus. Health. You gain 1d6 plus your constitution in HP. Your max increases by that much, I should say.
1d6 plus 0. 4.
Your max HP is increased by 4.
Noted.
And Oh, and sorry, I skipped a bit. You gain a talent advancement, not your specialization, but you gain a talent advancement. So you can either advance one of your regular talents by one step from novice to journeyman, or you can start a new.
Well, I have
Talent.
Inspire. I can actually.
Inspire's pretty beefy. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. What is? Let me see. Do you know what pages the talents are on? Because I'm looking at my diplomat talent and I actually wonder what it gives me on second level.
We won't be able to advance diplomat yet. That's next level.
Ah,
That's
okay.
That's your specialization talent.
Yeah, okay. Because I have linguistics and Inspire, so I guess Inspire it is. Do you know what page it's on?
Inspire is page 76. Sorry, it's novice expert master. I'm mixing up the old system. Used to be novice journeyman master.
Inspire. Wow.
Yeah, you now can heal people by shouting encouraging words. For 2 minor actions means your minor action and your major action are spent together, and you just heal people and give everyone a bonus. But it's once per encounter, so it's you kind of want to save it for a clutch moment.
Okay, we got.
And that is your level.
Cool. Thanks.
Isabel's asking me, buy a rifle for what? Can I buy a rifle for 110? Buy heavy plate for 150. Rename street.
Those are the costs.
Well, that's how much in Canadian you're donating to this channel right now. I'm just kidding.
What is that, like $1.50 total?
Hey.
Yeah. I don't think it's real money.
Yeah.
Just because we have security features in ours. No, you could totally buy those. It's been you have had time to.
Okay, because
buy things.
Because of the things that I took, Isabel is now such a good horsewoman, I guess. I don't know. Horse person.
Equestrian.
The
Cavalry
equestrian.
officer.
That's the word. That I can use a rifle from saddle. I can use two-handed weapons from the saddle, so a rifle makes more sense now. And
Rifles always make more sense.
I can actually, I can take. Oh, what is it? Oh, I can wear heavy armor without a penalty. In actual fact, I think I may have been able to use a rifle from horseback this whole time. I didn't notice it because it's not the main point of the. Actually, no, I don't think I could. But I didn't even realize that I was getting it until now because it's not the main point of the talent. It's just like a little feature added onto the end of the talent.
It's like, by the way, in case you're wondering, in case you have to be
Yeah,
using a
normally
black
that
powder
means
weapon for some reason.
That means like, oh, now I can use a sword and shield, or normally I can use now my two-handed sword instead of my normal sword. But because of the game we're playing, right, it means no, now I don't need a shortened weapon that's made to use from the saddle. I can use a full-on rifle because I've somehow learned to reload it from the saddle.
I will note that like the famous Baker rifle is literally like 5 1/4 inches shorter than the French carbine musket that the cavalry used.
Oh.
Yeah. Because rifle barrel.
Yeah. So Winchester's a horse boy now? What's his cutie mark? No.
Not that kind of horse, no.
No.
All right. Yeah, let's divert before the pony girl jokes start.
Now look. All I'm saying is, if I could have sold them on Pony Finder, I would have. I don't think I could, so it wasn't quite in there in the request list. Yes. Any questions about leveling your characters? Now that I've kind of done a run through for at least one of you. I think the rest of you did it already, but
do we need to tell you particularly ahead of time what all we've done, or?
Only if only if you took something odd, or if you're not sure how a talent works. But beyond that, I imagine you guys did it well enough.
I took something awesome. I took Misdirect as my class power, which is literally smoke bomb. You can disappear from plain sight or do something, another immediate task that generally would be impossible under observation. They get an opposed roll as if you were doing it, under cover of night or something. But yeah, it is literally the smoke bomb skill. Look, a baby wolf. Whoosh.
I took this set of stuff that falls under the heading GM, please don't hurt me again, by taking heavy plate without a penalty. And my class thing is I can spend 1 to 3 points to SP to get between 1 to 3 armor as a bonus action. So
so you can just get
up to
armor
a
buff.
possible total of between 10 and 13 armor, depending on how well the roll goes.
And I yanked my dexterity up to 4 because pinpoint attack is too good.
What did I raise? Oh, I raised dexterity to 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I put my fighting up to 2.
Mm-hmm.
My warrior power was the favored combat stunt, so lightning attack now costs 2.
Nice.
And I improved my command ability or talent to journeyman.
You all remember to get your XP. Yeah, actually, I can see your D6s in the roller there. Never mind. Oh, one of you had bad luck there.
Yeah.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
So it's next level when we start to look at like the actual classes we took, such as like marked or diplomat.
The specialization, yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna need a few marks.
Yeah, I have to make custom marks since we're not using magic in this world. So, but yeah, no, I can totally write those. I didn't bother writing them up for this level because I'm like, he can't advance mark right now, so it doesn't particularly matter. But yeah,
What is mark?
Mark, you have tattoos that give you special powers. In magic systems, they're magical tattoos. In this world, it's just more marks of him being a really tough person. And is able to do rather extraordinary things, so he gets to brag about it with his tattoos. Yeah, no, I'll write up the rest. I'll write up because pretty much all of them are magically themed originally. I have to homebrew the rest, which I have ideas.
Are you gonna get into the organization stuff of our new unit and all that good stuff?
Yep, I just that's the next thing we're gonna do after touching at everyone's level, because I wanted that to be squared away. Sure
Don't touch my level.
I do have a question about equipment, if possible.
Yep.
Would it be possible for me to modify the scimitar into a glaive, essentially?
You want a naginata?
Technically, it's a guandao.
Yeah.
So basically, having the scimitar blade forged onto a pole to turn it into a pole arm.
Yeah.
You could have done that. I won't charge you for that.
Well, I'll put some extra money into it just to say I used
To make it look nicer.
yeah, like not nicer, and maybe the shaft is a stronger material.
Yep, that's fine. Let's call it 20 silver for extra reinforcing.
Oh shit! I was gonna spend 100 into it, but I'll spend 20.
Yeah.
While we're at it, could we have found master armor to rebalance that pistol O flames Diego got off the fanatics?
Yes, you can make a scimitar into a glaive, but you have to remove the Thalaron generators first. Wrong game there, author. Yeah, you could have had an armor done that, because we would have had access to a core armorer, or
Right.
the core armor, so they could have rebalanced it for you.
Cool, because that's a pretty awesome little weapon.
Any other gear or leveling concerns? Or we move on to the core?
I might talk to you about some gear for our unit, but let's wait until
I actually have a concern about gear, but it's not any combat gear. I have all these really nice clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just give you straight up like 2 gold and buy myself, since I'm gonna be forced to wear a uniform most of the time, a really well-made uniform with a nice hat, perhaps.
You certainly could. And actually, there you have a good reason to do that.
Straight up, just 2 gold, slap it in there.
Yeah, I'll take 2 gold for a
And-
finely tailored officer's uniform.
We'll make it so it has like these very subtle markings of like Strathcliffe and things like that in it, you know, so it shows where I'm from, essentially.
So little hints of cliffs and
Or rather, colors of the flag, rather, not the actual, you know, landmarks, but just very faint, so people don't shoot me by accident.
yes. What would you say your house colors are?
Well, I always imagine Strathcliffe very reminiscent of Ireland, for instance, so very hilly and green. So why not orange and green, actually? Just like the Irish flag.
So a bit of orange and green about the epaulets and at the collars and stuff like, and at the cuffs,
Yeah.
sort of thing. It's like just enough that it's off uniform. It's like, why does he have that? No, that's the Earl of Strathcliffe. Those are his colors. We're giving him an allowance, given that he's one of the heroes of the Battle of Three Crowns.
That, and I also have my fancy hat with the white plume that I purchased previously when the game was starting.
Yeah. Very good. That's perfectly fine, especially for 2 gold. That definitely covers a properly tailored, a well-tailored, I should say, uniform.
Very good. That was it for me then.
To the core we go. So,
Ooh, cool.
this is the breakdown of the 7th Corps of the Grand Armée de Gallia. For those watching, I did do some research in how the French corps system works in Napoleonic era. It was a read, because I'm very used to British regiment styles, not Napoleon's corps.
Enemy brigades.
And brigades and all that stuff. It's like, well, they have regiments, but it's not the same thing. It's like, well, yes, they call it regiment. That's not a French regiment is not a British regiment. They're different things. I'm like, well, yes. It's like, no, you don't get it. But yes. So this is the corps flag, which has, of course, the Gallian colors, but it also the motto of the newly formed corps, Ordre, Société et Justice, Order, Society, and Justice. Recognizing the order that must be maintained in this new peaceful world, the protection of society, and justice for both. The black badge of remembrance and the fire symbolizes not only the destruction of Lysel, but various other other surprise attacks that were launched by Petty King Blackwood. Now, none of them were nearly as devastating as the attack on Lysel. Because Lysel basically is, it's a bunch of houses and a garrison house. That's it. Like everyone who could any chance of living there is basically demolished. So that's kind of what that little badge is for. But that's the core banner. That said, they do fly the eagles of the golden eagles of Emperor Aileron as their banners rather than the colors. These are just for regiment colors. But so the 7th Corps of the Grand Armée de Gallia is divided into 2 divisions. First division of cuirassiers, which is just a pure division of cuirassiers. The second division is a dragoon unit, which breaks down into multiple brigades, into multiple regiments. And then there is the 1st and 2nd battalions. The 3rd Honored Battalion is honored by the presence of the heroes who saved the Emperor's and Princess's life. So the entire battalion is marked. Any battalion that has you guys in their unit is considered an honored battalion because you've been recognized by the Emperor for your heroism. So, because anyone who was involved in the Battle of Three Crowns is within the honored battalion.
I got promoted. Wow.
Yes, so Captain Sebastian Leclerc was promoted to Major, and he is the Major in charge of the Honored Battalion. The 1st Squadron de la Selle is led by Captain Cormac McNeil, who was promoted from Lieutenant to Captain, who primarily commands the Elite Company de la Selle. But also, as the senior he is considered the senior officer over Dame Sophie Rousseau, who was of the Church Guard. She serves in a captain capacity in the 5th Company as part of the 1st Squadron. And then it breaks down even further to Lieutenant Tavian Safwan, who is part of the elite Lysel Dragoons. They were part of the Imperial Guard, to remind you, but he was, due to some, it is fashioned as a promotion of a sense, like you get to be part of the honored battalion, but also there is, for those who know the moves of the great game, Safwan did basically tick off a few nobles and his captain back in the Imperial Guard, so he wasn't going to get drummed out, because no way, but he's not part of the Imperial Guard anymore, and he doesn't mind it one bit. He takes that on the chin. He knows what he did, and he doesn't mind.
Well, Lieutenant Safwan, for whom does now the bell toll?
Yes. Which puts, and I put Bianchi here just as a holder, because I don't know which particular unit you're going to be part of, but we'll figure that out in a moment. Borgia was moved up to from Sous-Lieutenant to Lieutenant of the elite Lysel Light Dragoons. I call them Light Dragoons in the sense that you are on horse, but you are sort of a voltigier that have horses. So you ride up, you're able to stay with the squadron at full horse speed,
okay.
But every so often you can dismount and then quickly move on foot if you need to. So your horses, the Dragoons are kind of, compared to Safwan's Dragoons, they're people who can kind of fight on horseback, but they can dismount and fire like infantry. Whereas the Light Dragoon, so their horses are sturdy, able to carry all their stuff. Whereas the Light Dragoons, the primary concern was your horses were fast, but your unit's also a lot smaller. This is also in deference to your achievements and command of defending the Emperor and the Princess. So this is sort of a special dispensation to allow for an elite Light Dragoon unit to see if your rifle idea is going to catch on. The Emperor Erlorn Stornhelm is not terribly keen on rifles. All his marshals are telling him it's not a great idea, but you know what? If one of his officers wants to experiment and prove the concept, all right then, let's let him prove the concept. Then again, he lets you prove it with like 25 soldiers, but hey, that's more than a lot of effort officers get.
They actually have rifles?
Yep, they're rifles.
His current marshals, you mean?
His current marshals, yes.
Yeah, that's pretty much Diego's life goal, is to find a baton in his knapsack.
That makes it sound like you're gonna murder one of them. And then we divide down, and then also we have the elite Lysel Cuirassiers under former Sous-Lieutenant, now Lieutenant Isabelle Dumas. Normally, you would have, someone like yourself in a Cuirassier unit would have been assigned into the 1st Division, which is purely Cuirassiers. In this Squadron de Lysel, it's a sort of mixed crack company where it's Dragoons, but the elite company in particular has this sort of speedy sense to it, but it still needs, at some point, the Light Dragoons and the regular elite Dragoons will need some heavy cavalry interference, if nothing else, to buy time for the 5th Company to come to your aid. But you're not part of a proper Cuirassier charge or anything like that. But you are the more heavily armored cavalry unit that most people don't expect to dismount. You're probably people who fight in your elite Cuirassiers, elite Lysel Cuirassiers, are expected to fight as well as you. So they're expected to fight, as you said earlier, you can fire your musket or rifle. They'd be firing muskets unless you really insisted on rifles for your Cuirassiers. But they're scimitar and rifle rather than... Whereas the Lysel Dragoons they can fight from horseback, but they're not as good as you guys are. Like, Safwan's people don't fight from horseback nearly as good as you do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any favor towards the musket. I mean, if I have any say, I would either prefer carbines, so they you can, if they're skilled enough that they can use both hands while they're riding, I'd prefer them to either have saber and pistol, or to have saber and carbine, or to have a rifle.
Mhm.
A musket seems the worst of all possibilities.
I get you. So the elite Lysel cuirassiers have carbine, pistol, and saber, I suppose, with their cuirasses, of course. And these numbers I put on here, these are, they are approximations. You won't always have exactly 50 people. Obviously, same with the elite company, same with the honored battalion above you, or the dragoon regiment above you. That's just roughly how much. That's the rough max you would probably have. You might have, once in a while, you might have a tiny bit more, but especially for a cavalry unit such as this one, as the 7th Corps, the divisions. Some of the divisions aren't. Not all of the divisions here. So not all 10,000 of the 2nd Division are actually out crossing the sea. Some of them are back home training, or either training soldiers or training or training the horses even.
Question for the GM.
Mm-hmm.
How much do we have? Any cannon?
There is some horse artillery in the 7th Corps, but you don't have a heavy artillery unit. That's kind of being left to the. It's being relegated somewhat to the Navy, but because this campaign is conceived as a very quick seizing of Vitlu, so they're not too worried about having. They figure the 7th Corps on its own can do this.
Well, but artillery wins fights. Oh, Lord. All right, we'll have to count on the Navy then.
You have some horse
Well,
artillery.
you have horse artillery.
Yeah.
If it doesn't get Trafalgared on Navy, that is.
No, what are you worried about? Those 10 Islanders don't know naval combat.
Hey.
They just got lucky that one time. It was a surprise attack.
Of course.
To explain how a 10 Islander Earl of Strathcliffe is here in the 7th Corps of the Grand Army. Cormac MacNeil, after you were bedridden essentially by your wounds, by Sir Thorn, it was found you were found to be innocent by the Secret Dewa because you were being observed basically the entire time you were doing that investigation, and you showed no signs, according to Mato Riverwind, of any treasonous act, any knowledge of the attack. You made no, if anything, you did everything to try to prevent any attack on the Emperor. And then there was your battlefield conduct, where you didn't just run away to your house and hide in a cupboard. You were on the field trying to save people. You weren't helping save the Emperor in particular, but you were saving his citizens. And that's more than a lot of people expected. There are some people who aren't terribly thrilled about a Tin Islander being in any elite company, but no one's going to gainsay in open air the Emperor of Gallia or the Imperial Princess of Almania.
Well, if I just may say, Joachim Murat became the King of Sweden and led Swedish troops in battle, even though he was French to the core. So, up yours.
Yeah. So the last thing I have to ask, and of course, Luciano Bianchi is no longer a corporal. He was advanced to sergeant for his actions. The question is, which of the units within the company are you part of? Which lieutenant are you under? You'd be under one of these particular guys.
Honestly, it would either be Sir Juan or Diego in reality.
Yeah, you're welcome to come ride with the mounted rifles, which is what we were going to call ourselves.
Yeah, the problem. Like, I don't see him as a mounted or a light rifleman. It's so
I
think-
mean, you have everything you need to come be with the cuirassiers,
It's
right?
true. Yeah.
I think I might stick in the regular dragoons. I think that's where I'll be best used as in the main force.
Fair enough.
So yeah, I'll stay apart as Steph 1's sergeant.
Well, he may be killed any minute, and you can be lieutenant finally.
If only.
Attrition in the Napoleonic Wars was horrific.
mhm. Any questions about the 7th Corps?
I have questions.
I might have answers.
Is it possible that I may have gained that 3rd plus for the Salon yet?
Surely to
Oh,
God.
actually, that reminds me. Thank you for that. Veteran of the Battle of 3 Crowns. All of you get plus Lysel, plus Monarchists, plus Church.
Oh yeah, we already had that in the back. Last week you gave us
No,
that.
that was Defender of the Imperial
That
Crown.
was
Oh, yeah.
your actions for
Yeah, but we all got Veteran of the Defensive Lysel. It's also right there. Our inspired reputation, right?
It doesn't give any bonuses; it gives an ability.
Ah,
Oh, you have that. You already have it. So yeah, you can rename that to Battle of 3 Crowns because that's what it's called. That's what that battle is called. But you'll get that ability and you'll get this rep bonus on top of it of Lysel, Monarch, and Church.
Ah, there it is. Okay. Let me note that.
Finally.
So I
Did you say fuck me or finally?
Finally.
Sorry,
yeah,
your
it
cold
can be
threw me off
interpreted
there.
as either, I suppose.
So yeah, it's because I already thought about it. I was like, you should get some rep on top of that, on top of the ability, because there's your actions that you did, which was defender of the people, defender of the emperor. But there's also the fact that people would know that you were part of that battle, and certain factions would highly prize that. There's no negatives to it because the people who dislike it are mostly in the 10 Isles, who are irritated that you stopped them. I'll give you a free tip. Petty King Blackwood is not happy with any of you.
Oh no.
I wouldn't go to any of his balls anytime soon. If you see a drink by Petty King Blackwood, I wouldn't drink it.
Petty King Blackwood offers you a martini, shaken, not stirred. Do you accept?
So yeah, finally got that 3rd for a Salon.
So you're going to be wearing a pin of the Salon de Lysel.
I am.
So a sergeant of the 7th Corps gets to go to a high salon of one of the highest salons in Gallia. So that'll be interesting. There will be as for your factions, those factional loyalties will still apply even in Vitlu, because there are those factions in their version of those things. So revolutionaries, monarchists, militarists, and so on. It's easier to talk to people who have similar political views than you do. As for Le Salon de Lysel, that would be people who like Stornhelm and don't mind his think that the Continental system was a good idea and are disapproving of the Queen's defiance. So, but all of you have made some because I think all 3 of you now actually have allegiances now.
Yep.
We have 2 Friends of Constitutional Order and 1 Le Salon de Lysel attendee.
And then there's me.
And then there's you haven't. That's right. You haven't chosen.
I am thoroughly
Actually-
neutral and intend to stay thusly, I think.
Hmm.
Because a true king is on everyone's side.
No, we see where this is going.
That's what the High King kept saying. As he was shouted at that down at the House of Lords. But no. I will note that the Petty King Blackwood was your Petty King, but he did not deign to inform you, or your proxy in Strathcliff did not deign to inform you of his plans. So that's also part of why you were kind of left out. Even though Strathcliff it's technically part of it, it's like, yes, but the Earl of Strathcliff himself was ignorant. Like, it's like, how do you know? No, the crown knows. The Imperial Crown is aware that the Earl of Strathcliff was completely unaware of what was going on.
Because the Earl of Strathcliff was relaxing in his vineyard in Gallia.
Wait, you mean the guy who brokered the peace treaty in the last coalition war? Yeah, no, I don't think he would design an attack on his own vineyards. I mean, they did survive the attack, but still.
Man,
He could have been killed.
my Lumerburg breakfast wine. Heck. If there's anything I'm sad about losing, it's not the people, it's not everything, it's my wine.
But yes, any other questions about the 7th Corps and its current disposition?
Who's in command overall?
Yeah, that was. And if you don't have that now, it would be cool to, like, have the chain of command, like have know the commander for each level of our division, and then up to the corps.
So like a general or a what's it called, field marshal or something like that.
I can break that down for in a future episode. Like next episode, I can probably have that. I just broke down the guys you would immediately be talking to.
Right.
Like you guys could actually reasonably get to Major Leclerc.
Right.
But anyone above that, it's like, well, at least on the ship, it's like you wouldn't necessarily have contact with them. You would know who they are, though, because you would kind of need to know that to a degree. The last thing I would send as well. 7th Corps is made up of, in general, is a new corps, so it doesn't have... It's pulled from various units. Some militias, but also just regular military, some from the Imperial Guard. And also, it's bolstered... Unlike your units, the Squadron de la Selle is pulled from veterans of that battle, as well as soldiers who were there, that sort of thing. Like, this is the most highly trained part of it. But in general, there was a levée en masse, so there's a lot of people who were just...
Very green.
Very, very green. They're better than your militia, because they're professional, they're being, like, trained and everything, but, they're not quite the elite company de la Selle. Go ahead. One thing to note, as an elite company, just to warn you guys, sometimes you may be called upon, this is why actually you asking about the Marshal is kind of important, because as an elite company, you may be called upon by the Marshal of the Corps to be their escort from time to time.
Where do we draw replacements from? I assume the La Selle pool of men is not very big, right?
No, in future it'll be pulled from back in Gallia or mostly from Gallia, but it might be pulled from Peninsula de Castrum or from Wenalani. People who want, and it's a very hard job to get into, but you guys can reach out and grab people, but it's the Corps will be very picky about who it puts into its elite company.
This really is like Sharp's rifles. We're gonna have like 5 of the original riflemen come the end of the campaign.
Yeah, right. That one 50-year-old dude who, I think he actually died at Waterloo, finally.
He did die, yeah.
Yeah, both of them died at Waterloo.
No, Patrick didn't die, I think. But
no, not Patrick. It was the bloke who sang and the one who ran.
Right. Yeah, well, knowing that to be the case, then Diego will drop 2 gold on a very fine dress uniform. He's already got his, he already dropped a bunch of money on a very durable uniform for field wear. But yeah, I'll drop, since I'm not having to worry about buying rifles for my men now. Yay!
That is a consequence of you choosing to defend the Emperor in particular, rather than the Lycellians.
Right.
So it's obvious that you're going out of your way to protect his life, rather than the village.
Plus, by myself, I killed a whole bunch of officers with my rifle.
So let's say, okay, you're a good shot, but can other people be a good shot? I can make them a good shot. All right, make them a good shot then.
Yeah. So okay, we're called an elite company, an elite dragoons. So when we engage in mass combat, are we now falling under
The mass combat will
elite-
zoom into you guys, to what your part of the battle is, rather than
Right.
what's happening on that large scale.
But will our units be considered now, because they used to be, militia, so our enemy's difficulty is fairly low. Are we now moved up to elite infantry status?
You are, yep.
Okay.
Because of how well, because you guys basically in that scenario, you guys did as well as you reasonably could have. There was bonus things
Okay.
you could have done, but you would have to have talked. There's certain people you had to talk to in my head that it's like, if you can manage to talk to these key people or get into these key places, you're gonna get ahead of what Blackwood's up to. But
Right.
it's like, no, that's like, that was a complete flyer. Like, no. Here's the stuff they can reasonably investigate and make sense. But if you just throw a dart into the right part of the dark and hit it, well.
So that makes our test difficulties in mass battle against us harder for the opponent. That's awesome.
Yep. Any other questions about the 7th Corps or your elite company?
Can I bring the can I bring my sergeant from the militia with me, who is very friendly towards me?
You certainly could.
Okay.
Can I bring my butler?
Oh, of course.
Oh, cool.
Actually,
He's no longer my butler. He will now be my designated message carrier and spy.
part of your headquarter unit, if you will.
So was the militia folded into this
Yeah,
in mass, or okay?
yeah, pretty much.
So I'm still with my same voltage years.
The Garrison de la Selle is now where is one of the recruitment areas and
Right.
of the 7th Corps, which is the first time it's been inducted into the proper army, because it's been part of the. Some people aren't happy about that the militia didn't just stay the militia, because it's kind of a historic militia. But given the great Continental War to come, and the fact that the few Lacellians that did survive aren't terribly thrilled and want to get out there and start
Right.
getting some justice.
We had the name of an NPC sergeant from the militia. Was that who you were talking about, Isabel?
Mine is named Sergeant Olivier Duval. He was at the cave with me. Maybe he was a
Okay.
corporal at the time. No, we had a company clerk that was named Sergeant Moreau.
Yeah.
But even if he's with us, that would be information that Cormac
Right.
would need, not the two of us.
So what was the name of your man, Dumas?
I will put it in the thing.
Thank you. I'll put
There he
it.
is, Sergeant Moreau.
I'll put them in the order
How
of
long
battle.
has it been?
What's that?
How long has it been again?
It's been a few months. The Battle of Three Crowns happened in spring. It is now mid-fall.
Right, okay.
So through spring, through summer to fall, yeah.
Oh, so we'll invade Vitlu just in time for winter.
Well, the battle should surely the invasion of Vitlu should only take less than a couple of weeks, if not a month. It won't take that long.
We
right?
won't even need those winter weight uniforms.
No, it'll be perfectly fine. Nothing
Oh,
bad's gonna
God.
happen.
No,
So the
that's
first
all
thing we do when we hit the docks is we buy all of the winter coats in
Right.
the town.
Did you
No.
want the? Oh, that's up at the clerk's level. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Is there any other NPCs you want to note in the order of battle?
Is the Dom actually have a commission as a captain, or is there some kind of funny church thing going on there?
It's a funny church thing, but she is just don't go to Russia. Well, I mean, that's for future campaigns. Don't worry about it. We'll see how the 7th Corps deals with winter fighting.
Yeah, Napoleon's a good guy in this one.
A dumb stuff favor so is it has weird church allowance. Basically, her 125 are church guard who have sworn their swords to the 7th Corps. So she's bringing her people to fight. So they are although they have modernized a bit because they've seen how effective.
Yeah, we showed them, didn't we?
Yeah, so they've learned quite a bit. So, and Dom Rousseau recognizes doesn't actually made no protest against a 10 Islander being her commanding officer because she saw him, she knew of his. Some people translate McNeil's
Well, he's
defense
not
of
her
the
commanding
people.
officer, right? Though
Huh?
he's not her
First.
commanding officer.
Yes, technically I am hers.
Yeah, in the squadron, he's the squadron commander for the first squadron, whereas Leclerc commands the entirety of the Third Honored.
Oh, okay.
Because it goes, it would be like first, second, third are the leads of their squadrons, for example, and then 5, 6, 7 are the secondary companies. So your elite company, although your elite company, the reason why they made sure someone like Rousseau's Church Guard was there is that sometimes the Fifth Company will have to deal without you because you might be called by the Marshal, and it's like, well, we're the first squadron's down to 125.
Oh, so does she count as the executive officer for us?
Yeah, but generally she's gonna leave it. She's the executive officer in absentia of McNeil. But in general, she's not. If he's around, then she doesn't need to be, because she has her own company to deal with.
We still have the same basic uniform colors and all that.
Uniform colors would have changed. Instead of the light blues of the militia, you have dark blue jackets, dark blue slacks. For those, and as a Lysel unit, as the first squadron Lysel, you have a light blue in parts of your uniform. And save McNeil, who would have his orange and green, was it? So he has orange. He has orange and green, maybe a tiny bit of light blue to indicate he's a Lysel officer. But you know.
What about the voltigeurs who had that much harder to see gray green?
Yeah, you will be, the light dragoons will be permitted to as part of the experiment to change their uniform color. So it can be to green, it can be to gray. The only stipulation is that you do still have to keep the epaulette colors, because that indicates that's your designation of honor, that you're part of the honored battalion and of the first squadron de la Selle.
Right.
Squadron de la Selle.
Yeah, we'll go for a field gray. I've been reading a lot about the Napoleonic Wars, and back in the day, the English did tests with red uniforms, green uniforms, and gray uniforms, and gray was the hardest to hit over range because of the visibility. And the Austrian Jaegers were gray, I think.
So you're the ones in the gray.
Yes.
You're the ones in the elite company in the gray.
The field gray, yeah.
So you're
We're
going
drab,
like
we're deadly.
Gray jackets, gray slacks.
Yeah.
Slouch
hats.
And as for your hats, which are rather tall cavalry hats, if you will, I ask you, is there any special decoration that designate you as the elite company de la Selle? This would be something that's left to your company to decide, since everything else is kind of the ideas of Leclerc or of the Emperor or of the Corps Marshal. But at some point, they're like, we're going to let the elite company decide something for this. Why? They've earned a lot. They've earned a lot of leeway, so we'll let them this one little thing. That way,
is there a symbol that... what is Blackwood's realm called again?
Blackwood is the petty king of the north. Petty king of the North Isles. Sorry.
Is there a symbol that is common among them?
There would be, yeah.
We should have some kind of antithesis, like, I don't know, a snake biting it or something.
Yeah. A chained unicorn or some bit.
Yeah. Our because our in our first action against them, we stole one of their flags. So
Well, actually, that's not a bad idea. How about a unicorn?
I'd say a dragon with a spear going for it, but that's because of the castrum vibe.
Mm.
Because of the
So-
old like dragon slayers.
Because like I think Wales was the unicorn, wasn't it? In like
yeah,
the
that's Scotland.
English heraldry.
As
No,
far as I
um,
remember, it was a unicorn.
Wales
He's
is
a
the red
dragon.
Wales
dragon
is the red dragon.
called
Okay.
Drag.
I
Mm,
know there's a unicorn in there somewhere.
Then yeah, like a little stick figure man, stabbing a dragon with a spear.
well, that doesn't sound bad.
So you have so on your badges on your hats there would of course be 7th Corps and all the other accoutrements of a Grand Army unit, but then in that there's for the Elite Company de la Selle there is that one engraving of a man with musket and bayonet attached, kind of slamming down a musket into a writhing dragon on the ground. Which everyone's like, that'll be one of those symbols where everyone's like, okay, look, the 7th Corps is a corps that's basically was built out of retaliation and anger.
Right.
The Elite Company is like, no, we were there, man. We know what we did, and we succeeded at slaying a dragon.
Yeah, we've seen some stuff and some things. We don't recommend it.
So,
Cool.
just saying, you're not going to get any drinks if you ever stop at a Tin Islander pub. Just throwing that out there.
Oh no.
Oh, if we stop at a Tin Islander pub, we're
It's to conquer.
drinking is not what we're there for.
Hopefully, my people know that I'm being forced to do this.
Forced at promotion point.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's one of those things where, for you, McNeil, it's one of those, you could go home, but it's one of those, this very much feels like an unjust war that Petty King Blackwood has instigated. And although it's not technically a war, like there's no formal declaration, but you've seen what happened in previous, you're old enough to have seen the previous coalition war. Yeah, this is how it starts. Like, Lysel was just the first battle of many to come.
That's why I'm sick and tired of it, and I have a plan for it, which shall be in due time.
Plus, some people in the House of Lords are saying that you somehow frustrated the plan, and then there's the question of, well, wait a minute, I thought this was a bad plan. The High King isn't approving of it. Well, it would have been nice to see the Galleons lose, and McNeil stopped them. Like, McNeil didn't even know what was going on. That's what the Galleons would tell you. He genuinely didn't. I have letters from the man. Which your letters were delivered, funny enough. Despite all that, Sir Thorne still delivered your letters. The why he knocked you out, you don't know. You don't know why he did that.
Diego, during the passage of this time, would have asked his uncle McNeil, if possible, to kind of keep him abreast of the larger political diplomatic situation. So kind of moving into it not as ill-informed as probably most lieutenants in a corps as to the bigger picture.
Yeah, sure. As far as I'm concerned, I can groom you for nobility one day.
No, I'm not asking for that. God, no. No, ugh, yuck.
I
But
have
just
no
for, like,
sons of my own. I can adopt you.
Because you're the diplomat, and you would have all the capability to kind of like, because lieutenants and even captains in a corps, they really aren't going to know much about what the hell's going on in the wider world with the politics and the big movers and shakers, besides what the lies are in the papers about. But you have the connections to kind of keep us in the know if you want to, or if you can, or would.
Yeah, we'll get it handled. No worries.
Cool. Yeah, I like this.
Would I be able to invest in the creation of a bolt-action prototype over these months?
Oh, you're 100 years too early, my guy.
We're playing a fantasy game.
Yeah. I would say to achieve that, you would need to find a you would need Luciana would have to seek out not just any master armorer. You would need to find like you'd have to spend time seeking out someone who's almost legendary in their ability to make weaponry. They wouldn't be the kind of people who make weapons for the regular army. They'd be like a custom artisan sort of guy. Or you'd have to become one yourself.
Just like step it down one and invent the mini ball.
Well, I mean, it's kind of what I was looking to do, because one of Luciano's things is he believes in the next stage of warfare, which is firearms. And especially now, because of his affiliation with the Salon, he has access to a lot of investment funds, essentially. So
yeah.
If we can find a way to advance us, even if it's just by a degree, it's something to invest in for one, coming up with a prototype, two, an ammunition for the prototype, and three, the testing and possible like large scale rollout of it.
The thing I would suggest to you is to keep an eye out in towns, or even if you ever get to the capital, that'd be somewhere where you start looking for people like that who have that level of skill or access.
Okay.
So something you can work on. It's going to be difficult for sure.
Hey, that's why I'm asking. You have to ask.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, especially for something like that, you want to ask that early on, so you know, so you can flag it. Any other queries about the 7th Corps?
I say we get gaming.
Only one, and it's not a series, or it's super series one. How hard are we allowed to train the soldiers?
Well, you can't flog them, but otherwise, get them up to snuff. They're part of the elite company de la Salle.
Okay, so we can literally run them into the ground to make sure they're good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's it.
I would like to see a map before we get too deep into.
Well, that was the next thing we're going to move to anyway, because I have to show you where you are.
Groovy.
All right. I need...
Yeah.
This...
Here we go.
So we zoom down to Vitlu, where you guys are part of in the Galleon Navy, along with the rest of the 7th Corps, sailing across the Glimmering Sea. You would be aware, as most soldiers in the Corps would be aware, that the 1st Almanian Corps is otherwise known as the Princess's Own, is actually involved and is fighting at not really hard, like they're not trying to push in. They're basically they're kind of parked outside the main forts that hold the borderline between the Almanian Empire and the Queendom of Bitlu, which means a lot of their forces are being pulled that way. From what little is known of the Tin Islander troop movements, the nearest units that would likely come to bear, are the earldoms of Rivenholm and Brantholm. In theory, Strathcliffe could come all the way down because it's on the correct side of things, but you get the feeling the Strathcliffe regiment is probably not coming down anytime soon. Since the High King hasn't, because the thing is, the main isle itself, the various regiments on the main isle aren't likely going to won't be part of this, because ostensibly the High King didn't approve of the last attack. A lot of people worry that they're going to do that, but you guys, through McNeil, know better for sure. You know that the High King did not approve this. And McNeil, you know from what Thorm told you, that there was whispers of a war, but there was no agreement in the Commons or in the Lords. So unless things drastically change in Lincastle,
Thorn and I are still okay despite everything.
He's okay with you, because you do get letters. You do eventually get letters back.
Interesting.
which you at least know that he delivered your letters.
Is
after
he,
everything.
Like, is he on my side or is he on their side or is he on no one's side?
Give me perception empathy.
Roll. First roll of the evening. Let's go. Of course I had to add military lore. Of course. A 10? No.
It seems it would be hard to say. The man who you knew and know aren't necessarily the same thing. But
Yep.
if nothing else, he didn't kill you. He could have easily, but he
Not good
didn't.
enough.
And of course, as the Vitlu forces, you don't know where precisely they are, but you do know their banner, and you do know that they do have some forces. And there is, you may not know the particulars about them without a roll, but there is the legend of, it isn't the Vitlu regular army one worries about. It is Vitlu's, saboteurs and sappers and assassins and such that have been famous across history. They have a supposed the legendary House of Ravens, which are people who supposedly for the right price would make sure certain people, high or low, would not wake up the following setting sun, would see their final setting sun, I should say. But, you know, that's just something you hear about in books and penny dreadfuls and stuff like that. Like, it's one of those things where it's one of those things people think of when they think of Vitluians. They think of ships, merchants, ocean goers, and assassins in legend. Like, whereas Almania and Gallia have legendary, and even the Tin House have legendary swordsmen and cavalrymen and such. Vitlu had more quieter concerns.
So, what's the goal of the 7th Corps?
The 7th Corps' goal is to get all the way down to Olisipo, the capital of Vitlu, and seize it. And then that will, and then once that's seized, they're going to move out and pacify the rest of the region to ensure adherence to the Continental system.
So we are to lead several sieges without any cannon. The High Command at Gallia frightens me sometimes.
Well, so the Navy is supposed to be coming along. That's why you're going to be out here, because they're going to be helping you in these out. That's why they're trying to make sure you're taking the coastland areas. Because Aquahaven is going to be tied up with the 1st Corps, defending its nearest one, and various other smaller villages are going to be forced to deal with the 1st Corps. Once you've seized Olisipo, the 1st Corps is going to start charging in. And that's when they're completely they're going to be completely crushed, because without Olisipo and the coast, the Vitlu's doomed.
Feels like the opportunity to lead a forlorn hope may be coming up.
Well, if I want
Hashtag
that
character
promotion,
goals. Ooh. I achieved my first character goal to become an officer in the regular Imperial Army. Hooray.
I achieved my character goal.
Yeah,
surviving.
I was about to say, I only have one goal left.
I mean, I kind of got one of mine because our insignia is essentially us killing a dragon, and one of my goals is to become someone worthy of being called a dragon hunter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Actually, the dragons would look like these things. More sea leviathans or sea dragons, but still. So, you are, your squadron is on one of the particular ships. You officers are allowed, you officers of the elite company are together. And actually, I forgot that there's at least one person who's with you. I need to grab them.
Lieutenant Safwan.
Safwan would be with you. Yeah, so there's basically a small armada of ships that have been crossing the Glimmering Sea this whole time.
Did we set sail from up in Gallia, or did we march through Alemania to keep away from the sea?
There was an initial launch from a port across here in the Wenalani Bay, and then down to here, and then down to here.
Okay.
Because the thought was that it would take if you marched all this way, it would take. By that point, it would be just better for the first corps to just do it on its own, because it would take you too long to get involved. But you're right; they didn't want to go to a port this way and get right up and close with, especially NEC in this area. Sorry, in this area, because that's where the Petty King would be. Have influence. So it's better to get as far from him as possible and cross this way. So the chances of being attacked by pirates are not nil, but they're a lot shorter because you're very close to the Almanian shores. So you've had months, you've had a short sail, some marching, and then this final leg to Shellstrand, where you're going to make your first landing.
How are the men faring? Are they?
Oops, I forgot something.
Are they over eager? Are they nervous?
Give me a perception empathy roll.
I think I'll just give you perception.
Hard to say. You don't have a good read on some of these people are people you know. There's some newer faces as well. Also, you're in unfamiliar territory. You've seen lots of sights and sounds. It's kind of hard to get a good, clear read on how people really feel, or if they're just putting on a brave face, or if they actually are as biting at the bit as they seem to be.
That seems fair.
Diego will continue training the riflemen as much as possible. Particularly for cleaning, reloading, we can toss empty biscuit boxes or whatever overboard, and at certain ranges, keep doing rifle practice, and also just keep them active, help keep up their spirits, encourage them, and keep them in as much shape as you can on a boat.
Give me, I shall say, intelligence, military lore, or communication leadership.
Okie dokie. Do this one. 19.
Yeah, you're able to make a good showing of some arranging some practices off the sides of the boats and firing out into the sea. To it, in fact, you get some. Your rifles get a bit of applause from the Galleon Navy men who are seeing your marksmanship and seeing how rapidly you're able to reload. This is the first time the Navy's really seen rifles. They don't use rifles on the ships, so this is the first time any of them have probably seen one fired that far away. There's a lot of murmurs of they're waiting too long, they're gonna miss, and then it's just as it's about to hit the water, plink. It's like, no way, how'd he hit that?
Cool. Yeah, and Diego will, his practice will be to eat, march, and sleep with the men in the same way the men do. So eating the same food, sleeping the same way, so that he's definitely an officer that is living in close quarters with his men. So he knows them, they know him, all that good stuff.
Give me communication. See how well this you're able to ingratiate yourselves with your men.
Persuasion, leadership, or just flat communication?
I could take leadership here, yeah.
14.
14. You have yourself. So This is the Navy sleeping with the men. Okay, there's men and women, so there. Wait, that didn't improve things there.
The hell it didn't.
But yes, you're able to make an impression upon the soldiers under your command, although the Navy officers kind of turn. They don't say anything about it, but they, who knows about this new 7th Corps? Their officers are a bit.
The whole point is that when we're in the field doing Voltigeur stuff, they can count on me and I can count on them.
Very good. Yeah, you've like I say, you ingratiate yourself with your men and women, so it's your soldiers. So
cool.
If nothing else, they approve of what you do, even if the Navy isn't particularly impressed. And how are Bianchi and Dumas faring on this naval voyage and this long journey across the continent?
I, quite the opposite of Diego, will make rounds once or twice a day to make sure that there are no terrible issues going on among the troops, but I will spend most of the time in the wardroom. Reading when possible and conversing when not.
You will find yourself occasionally in the company of some of the naval officers who will inquire to your background, to the Battle of Three Crowns, rather. And as to your elite company. Some of it very polite, some of it you can easily catch without a roll that there's a certain level of disbelief that you guys are as cracked up as you sound, as your reputation would seem.
I ask, does the Navy have a tradition of boxing?
Oh, they do, yep. Boxing of the feet and foot.
Vive le salat!
I get to beat this shit out of them.
I'm thinking it would be socially unacceptable for me to participate in that. But not so for Bianchi.
Sure, because
well, I mean that's a question of the GM, right? Because I don't know if our historical social mores pass to these people as well.
It's something that you might do as it's seen as a bit, it's not a terribly, among the monarchists, it is frowned upon. It is one of those things where a gentleman or gentle lady, a person of high birth would duel with sabers and foil rather than common brawling, as some might say. Though more younger militarist types, or even revolutionary types, are a little more fond of the common man's shoe and fist to settle agreements. And sometimes certain agreements will be... Sometimes when it comes to saber fighting, it turns into who has the better education, because you have more of a chance to learn fencing, whereas the common person generally can't afford to learn it that well. I mean, soldiers teach you a little bit, but that's different.
I'll give them the choice. I'll bring up the idea of a friendly wager, the 7th Corps versus whatever the name of this fleet is. Or I guess the elite... there's no reason to get that high up. I'll say the elite regiment versus the company of the ship, right?
You mean the elite company?
Yeah, the elite company versus whatever the people of this... Like the... I don't know what the name of this ship is.
The Marigold.
Okay, versus the Company of the Marigold. I'll say that I'm skilled in both saber and fist, so I'll give whoever you can scrounge up the choice, and we can have a bit of fun with it. One day after the work on deck is finished.
You're able. How much you willing to bet, Madame, Mademoiselle, rather?
She will say, more than a sailor's pay could afford. So, what can you wager?
Well, we don't want to beggar those who lost so much, so I think silvers will be fine. Won't demean you to force you to use your coppers.
All right then. 100 silver.
Sorry, that's me laughing, God.
And the ship's officers did not realize who they were dealing with.
Like, oh, you're because there's a sense of like, oh, you're just militia. You're former militia. How much money could you possibly have? It's like, actually, Lysel was pretty well off.
Not even Lysel. Isabel is right, a member of the upper class.
Yeah,
Shoot.
give me, that's a bit more than they were hoping. Give me a communication check to see if you can goad these people into betting essentially 10 gold.
Persuasion?
Yeah.
What faction do they sit with?
These Navy folk are of the monarchist faction. They're a bit more older school in their thinking.
All right, then this will be -3. So 11.
Or 11 is... No, 11's enough. That's enough to goad them into spending some gold against you. And shall you be, we will deign to allow the, Mademoiselle to choose her weapon, as she is the one who has, offered the challenge. And her champion, should she not wish to fight herself.
Oh, no. I will be fighting. That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have any bonuses or abilities with the saber. It's just that I have a good fighting and I have a focus in blades.
Mm-hmm.
But I have the same bonuses now to brawling because I have high dexterity and high strength, and I have a talent that focus in brawling that increases my damage. So I think I'll be able to out damage anyone doing brawling. Yeah, and Isabella's still still very revolutionary in idea and thought. Just now with an acceptance towards constitutional order. So I will choose brawling.
Oh, very good.
So boxing, I guess.
And they will put before you a strapping man who of the of the boat. One of the, not one of the officers, but they are trained in proper saber fighting. But they do have strong people aboard. A bit of a circle is allowed on deck as the captain wants to see this for a bit, and it's part of it is a bit of good fun, but also it's a bit of a flex to show for the Navy to show off to these landlubbers what real fighting's about. The guy is a good head taller than you, about good head or two wider than you are, and looks like he takes his spare time lifting horses for fun. Like just big dude, just looming over you as he kind of balls up his fists and gets ready to fight you. And some of the sailors cheer, and some of the officers kind of politely clap. Although one of the younger officers cheers because this is a lot more fun than they enjoy a good brawl more than they enjoy saber fighting. And to it, I will put this to an advanced test, where you're both trying to, in this case it's opposed, so you're both trying to roll to beat the other, and then whatever your ascent die is, that will add to your success threshold. You know the difficulty because this guy is between the two of you, because you're a warrior yourself, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So there would have been an imbalance if you weren't a warrior. That it would have been easier for him to beat you and harder for you to beat him. But it basically averages out. So you're aiming for success of 12. So each time you succeed, we count your success die. Your stunt die. Mm-hmm.
Can I argue it the other way, that this is going to be an easier fight for me? Because although it won't be modeled in this specific test, I do have a talent that basically doubles the damage I do brawling. It increases my unarmed attacks from 1d3 to 1d6. So unless he is equally as tough, right?
What else? What I'll do for that to account for that? The thresholds will be the same because you're both the appropriate skill level, but I'll give +2 to your success die. So okay. It won't be necessarily to your total, but it will be to if you do succeed, your success die is even more potent because when it's like one of those, I can still duck and dodge. It's like, yes, but if I ever hit you, it's gonna hurt way more than you think it's going to. I don't look that big, but I know how to fight.
Diego would like to organize the Voltigeur platoon to get a betting ring going where
to run the books.
Yeah, our basic thing is going to be, well, we kind of have to get on the lieutenant's side because she's one of us, but this is your guy's so big, and so we're going to try and make a pot for the platoon bank, we'll call it.
Give me a communication roll for that.
Leadership? Persuasion?
Persuasion, yeah.
Team with 3 stunt points.
14 will do it. You have 3 stunt points for social or exploration. Not sure exactly what you're going to do with that. What I'll say to this, and actually the rest of you can bet in this as well. I was going to point this out, but you changed the dynamic a little, but it's fine. I don't mind. No. So others can bet. Dumas has bet 10 gold, I believe, 100 silver. Others can bet in as well. And before it was going to be basically 1-to-1 odds of how much. So, if you win, you just get 1-to-1? No, that's not how that works. Because you just get your money back. 2-to-1, sorry. Where if you win, then you get double your money back, essentially. Whereas Borgia, with your roll, you're able to move it up to 3-to-1 because you're able to manipulate the odds in such a way that it's going to pay out way better because it makes it sound like the fight's a lot closer than it sounds. Or it's like, oh, I don't
Fair.
know. Oh, geez, that guy's pretty big. Who wants to bet? Who wants to bet?
Right.
Because you're trying to get some of the Navy guys to start betting with you. It's like, no, really. Oh, this will be a big deal, you know.
Could I? Well, one, I'll be betting on it. Two, could I assist Isabel by, like, just having a quick chat with her as a bigger man of best places to strike?
Not really. No, you'd need to actually be stuck in. It's a good thought, though.
I won't bet, but I can promise whoever wins this and whoever doesn't win this will get a flogging.
We don't flog in the Galleon army.
Sure we do. You just haven't experienced it yet.
The captain of the ship says, "Excuse me, Captain. No, we do not. Not on my ship, you don't."
That's a shame.
So what's the most that this bet can handle?
Since a lot of officers are betting as well, you can throw in up to the initial bet, which is 100 silver or 10 gold.
Yeah, I'll throw that in.
Who are you betting on? Betting on the other guy?
No, I'm gonna bet on Isabel.
Oh, darn. Okay.
Because even if I can't help her in that way, the fact that she can see me and I'm such a commanding person, she'll get a +2 to initiative.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know that that'll help here, right? Because we're not actually doing a combat. But
It makes sure you go fucking first.
Yeah.
So could I spend the 3 stunt points to assist Isabel? Somehow that ally gets +1 to their next test per SP spent.
Yep, it'll help with that first test. And actually, to that wit, Bianchi, you can roll communication, because you might shout some tips or give some pointers. I just thought if you generate stunt points, that's the way you do it, and you're doing a stunt roll, so you're gonna generate at least 2 anyway. Forgot about that.
Okay. Would you take communication leadership?
Not for Dumas.
Okay, just communication. Oh,
I
two
guess-
8s in a row.
this is a good time to ask because this is the first time I think this would happen. But if me or Borgia are doing a test to influence Bianchi, or the other way around, even if we're like trying to help that person, if it's communication persuasion, are we at a negative?
No, you guys are 0 with each other because you're all. I presume you're
Okay.
all friends. So you're like, well,
Yeah.
you know, whatever your reputation may be, I know you. So some things are more blown up than they are, and some aren't nearly as bad as people say it is, sort of thing.
Okay,
So it
that's
all
good.
kind of
Yeah, I didn't want anytime we try to help Bianchi or him help us, it's like -3.
Yeah. I don't
So
trust
what was
Solonite. No,
What was the bet that the boat could bear?
up to 100 silver.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
put that in.
Yeah, me too.
Especially
Especially paying out
Y'all are
3 to
gonna
1.
bleed these sailors dry.
you are so the minimum that your assist roll basically had to be was, I think it's 7. I think you still made it. I think it's 7. It's routine.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, so you barely did it. If you got less than 7, your communication would be like, okay, just whoosh and bam and then okay. It's like
Like
what?
literal comic book sounds.
It's like I
Uh,
don't. And then it's like, good, you'll get it. Like, no, I won't. What are you talking about? Speak
It's
Galleon.
Essentially, could it be like a spot tells?
Yeah, like you point out like certain ways this guy's probably gonna shift or move and stuff like that.
Well, and you have another 2 to spend on top of that, right? Because this was a stunt task.
Yep.
You have
so
5 total.
Yep. So you can spend. Up
I might suggest an undermine instead of going for the spot tells.
Oh, spot tells as in the social stunt. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, if that's the case, and I've got like 5, sure, I'll do undermine. I'll just shit talk him a little bit and put him off his game.
This have remind penalty to all tests except attack rolls while in your presence for the remainder of the encounter. I'll still like. So you're probably saying lots of rude castrum things to the guy to really get at him. Nothing dishonoring the emperor, but you know, some old castrum insults you might throw at a galleon that might piss him off.
The shrimp in your paella is rotten.
I was about to say, be careful because you might end up insulting literally everyone on the boat except for yourself and McCormick McNeil.
Well, I'd like to see anyone that on the boat try to answer it.
Well, the captain of the boat might.
I was about to say, yeah, it's sure. None of them are as strong as you. All of them are very much so.
Yeah, no, so you're able to undermine the guy, so he's at penalties to his roll. So there's bets from Bianchi and Borgia. And Dumas, obviously. Is McNeil participating in the betting, or is he just threatening floggings?
Absolutely not. I'm not even threatening flogging. Let the guys have their fun, I guess. You know, whatever helps them not be bored at sea.
Yeah.
Maybe your assistant might put a bet on.
That is up to him, but he is a man of stern principles, such as I am.
But more of a wait.
Boring.
You can roll a d6 on a 4 to 6. He bets.
So 50-50 takes a bet.
Yeah. There we go. He doesn't. He's a man of principle, just like I am.
So yes, I believe we have our bets. So for this first roll, I believe there was some assistance from Borgia.
Yeah,
Yep.
So this
Plus
first roll
3.
has a bonus.
I'm at a +4. He's at a -2 for the first one.
Yeah. Well, this guy stays at a -2 for the duration of the encounter because Bianchi's
Okay.
just hurling invectives the whole fight. Like, it's really getting to this guy.
So
Rabble.
19.
Let me get a good number for you for this guy. He is tough. Sorry. Well, let's roll rocks. It might not matter what I get. If I roll all ones, it won't matter what he is. Roll 20. Computer, catch up to me. No. There we go. I tried to open something while I was clicking on this, so my computer's confused. Not 4d6.
You wish to do more than one thing at once?
No, computer. I don't need the dice roller. I mean, I do, but not that one.
Ooh.
Oh, it might matter.
Yeah, definitely might matter now. This way. Here. Actually, faster do it this way.
Yeah. Advanced test, he's 3 up on you. Maybe. Well, stunt died number.
Well, yeah, but remember, he has to,
Right.
he would need a total of a +6 to just tie me
Right.
from
yeah.
his abilities and stuff.
There we go. Now it caught up.
Hello, kitten.
Nope. You're not one of those. Not one of those.
Ow.
Probably
Ow.
more like this. Well, you deserve it. You did something, and whatever it is, you deserved it.
That kitten came over my neck and slid down with her back claw digging in.
You didn't give enough wet food. That's what you get. 19 is what I got. -2, sorry, so 17.
Wet food's bad for kids. It's bad.
Then you are too short.
You generate 3 + 2, so 5. As the brawl goes on, and you're jabbing this guy, giving him some nasty kicks. You're outpacing him quite a bit, and you're really picking your shots. You're not just hitting wherever's open. You're hitting very specific areas you know will ring his bell pretty badly.
Yeah, I imagine this opening stage is a lot of dodging and weaving to wear him out.
As he's throwing his big meaty arms, woof, woof, like, nope, not letting it hit me with those. And the
I
fight,
like my jaw just where it is.
the fight continues. Your bonus is now gone. His penalty remains. Essentially 10. You beat me. Do an additional-
Say that again.
I essentially got 10 after the after my penalty.
Okay, yeah.
So you beat me. You generate 3. 3 and 5 is 8.
Step points don't do anything here, right?
No. At most, it can help you with whatchamacallit. You could do it to assist your next roll. Give a +1 to your next roll.
Okay.
Yep. As you're starting to find little openings.
You sure I
here or
can't reload these guns?
If you start shooting the man, this initiative is going to start on this bloody boat.
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking the Cavill thing?
Oh no, I'm just making a joke about, these arms being guns.
So are his. The fight continues. 11. This guy's rolling crap.
I mean, that first roll really made it. It was basically down just to like Bianchi's insults and Diego's like help, right, on the first roll. But after that, yeah, he's not doing great.
4, 5, 6. Yeah. So, tell me how you defeat this brawny sailor.
Yeah, I think after going a few rounds, he becomes a lot less dexterous, a lot slower, and then Isabel stops so much with the dodging and weaving, takes some punches on her own, but deals out a lot more, eventually flattening the guy.
Thud. A lot of people are boo, and oh, come on, get up, you twit.
Yeah,
and so
help
on
him
and so
get
on.
up.
Go ahead. No, what did you say, Duma?
Oh, I said, yeah, I'll help him get up after taking a couple of seconds to celebrate.
And the guy kind of slowly gets up. Money starts exchanging hands. Borgia, you not only do you get your bet, but since you were a bit of a bookie, you get a cut.
I alone nearly doubled my wealth on that.
I already had quite a lot. That just gave me.
And also, the author owes me 100 silver because they bet on the other guy. It's contractual now.
How much does that come out to in Twitch subscriptions?
Depends what the going rate of silver is. Well, actually, this is Napoleonic silver, so actually with age, right, goes way higher. No. We will say this many. God's almighty. Okay, it's not so bad. There. Oh, thank you, this author, for the gifted sub. You didn't have to do that. I was just poking you, but I appreciate it all the same. But the amount that the bookie made is on top of the bet that you made, Borgia, your cut after taking some of the bets equals up to another 100 silver.
Okay. So it paid off 3-1 and then plus 100 silver on top of that?
Yep.
Okay, so I will just take back my 100 silver that my initial bet and put the other 300 into the LaSalle Mounted Rifles platoon bank. And I put that in the loot thing. So that's just kind of money that the platoon has available going into
Put
campaign.
an extra 200 in. That'll be from mine.
Okay.
Oh, I actually owe you guys the new handout because my the Lysel Militia Regiment doesn't matter anymore. I know you guys like to take notes, so I might as well make your note taking easier. Oh, thank you, author.
Ah, look out, kitten. I've got adventures online and adventures in real life. Adventures.
Put it as the elite company. I'll get the full proper title of what you actually are.
Cool.
You're the elite company. You are a 7th Corps elite company. Because there's an elite company per every first company in a cavalry is considered an elite unit, and they're the ones that can be pulled from. In theory, the marshal can pull all the elite, which kind of understrengths the people below him. But whatever, these are supposed to be the best of the best. So they're like, no, I want my own personal elite unit to do something. Like, oh, okay, away we go. Legit, you are an inspiration to me. I hope to be as good of a GM as you are someday. Oh, you're perfectly fine, author. Don't. I'm just great at improvising and obsessing and other things. Until then, I will keep blowing up stars. Stop blowing up stars, Arthur. Stop it.
Keep, somebody give Arthur a towel. He's got something brown on his nose.
You need to take away those puckered lips.
Hey, stop insulting one of my subscribers, damn it.
But in all serious, Arthur, you are a pretty awesome GM in your own right, having played in some of your one-shots.
Wow, way to suck up. But yes. See, at this rate, if you keep doing that, he's gonna let you blow up a star. Just, stab it with a sword.
Like you haven't.
I haven't.
We set subspace on fucking fire, dude.
Yeah, you did. I didn't. I didn't do a thing.
You let it happen.
You took our little Klingon subhouse and had them shoot a star with like a death laser, and then had the giant death thing come out of the death bubble.
You had it coming. No. So, changing subject quickly. Dumas, you're able to win. You are able to win. Much money is exchanged. The officer, a lot of the common sailors are irritated with the 7th Corps right now, especially the elite company. But the officers, they'll give their applause and their nods of approval that Dumas is, even though they are monarchists, they aren't so lost in the old regime to not appreciate more modern sensibilities, especially when it's victorious. Though that sailor's going to be swapping the deck a little more often than usual for making the Navy look bad, but that's his problem.
The Navy didn't need any help.
Yeah.
10 Islanders do it enough.
Beat me to it. Yeah. And Diego's also going to make a habit of taking a few hours watch every day, like up in the rigging towards the crow's nest or whatever. Just kind of keeping an eye out.
The sailor who's already up there kind of gives you a look like, what? All right. And then sees the epaulets is like, I'm not telling the lieutenant what to do, so I'm just going to stay up here and continue my job.
Diego.
It's also a nice bit of exercise.
Diego once read in a book, there's this stuff called prize money. Now he's looking out for the nearest ship.
That's right. Yeah.
To wit, Borgia, give me Perception C.
Give you perception. 10.
There's nothing but the open water and the stiff autumn air.
Well, you can't roll high on all of them. You guys think I should go ahead and spend a fortune?
It's up to you.
What? Do you actually think there's something out there?
I don't know.
Might as well. If you said this,
Action point.
because we can always supplement each other later down the line. So if you feel like it's necessary, go for it.
I think I'm just gonna let it ride. I'll still be up there, so when they come over the horizon, hopefully I'll still see them.
The night comes, the nights go. The days rise, the days fall. And then on one particular dawn light, who would be up early in the morning at dawn?
Luciano, because one of us has to keep their body in pristine condition.
Yeah, and somehow Diego also became an early riser when we were in LaSalle, so I'll keep up with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good military habit, so.
Well, thank God I'm not a military man. I will sleep in.
Yeah, I'll lead the morning exercises for everyone.
I don't know about that. I'll be fine with just getting up and having breakfast early and, making sure everything for the day is in order. I don't know about running around on the deck in the morning.
Ah, so you're a slacker.
The sailors are working away. It's the army. If you are early, you are on time. If you are on time, you are late. If you are late, you are doing push-ups until the drill instructor is tired. That's not far off there, author. Yeah, so the three of you are up on the deck. The sailors give you guys looks. Kind of, what the hell are what are the landlubbers doing up here? But as long as you don't get in their way of their morning routine, they won't get in your way. It won't bother you.
They can join in if they want.
And that's when the three of you roll perception hearing.
Said perception what?
Hearing.
Uh-oh. It's like the scene in
That's
Master and Commander, they're firing from the fog.
Yeah, that's the highest I've rolled all night.
And don't worry, McNeil, you can rest. You don't have to roll. You're enjoying a nice dream.
Salted cod.
Dreaming of salted cod pieces. Okay.
No, just salted cod, not pieces. I didn't say pieces. I don't recall saying pieces.
Borgia, it's implied. Borgia is the only one to hear it. Boom, boom, boom. And whistling through the air.
Cannons, I'm assuming?
And you turn just in time to see a trio of cannonball arcing its way toward the ship. And initiative.
Where cannon?
See, this
Do I
is
see
what
the direction they're coming from?
From the east, coming from the rising light.
Okay, which side of the boat is that?
That would be the left side. So I
Starboard.
believe the port.
Oh, port. Yeah, you're right.
Because you guys would be heading due south.
Where? Enemy to port! Enemy to port!
This is what we were talking about with the Navy. Like, they let someone sneak up on them when the horizon is 20 times the distance of cannons. The cannons can fire or something. Can you actually get initiative as a
Yep.
Yep, it's a
Focus?
focus.
Yep.
It's a dex focus.
Don't forget
Luciano
to add
has
two.
it.
Say again.
For our side, don't forget to add 2.
Why don't we get +2?
I will post it. It's my journeyman for command.
Ah.
I do require one for McNeil because you will be woken by the sound of combat.
By a cannonball crashing into your hammock.
Of course. So let me get right on that. I don't have a hammock. I'd imagine I'd have a bed.
Yeah, you're an officer. You'd be allowed a high-ranking a company officer, no less. So you know.
Oh no, mine's still 15. I've already included mine into the initiative
Ah, very good.
because I'm always going to see me.
I mean, are you though?
But yeah, basically from just there, we get everyone gets a +2.
That's a talent?
Yeah, that's a journeyman for command. The novice is essentially
Oh, you mean expert?
no, or yeah, in the sheet it's called journeyman.
Oh, you must be using a different sheet.
The second level, in any case.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
They when they made the sheet, I think they kept the old version of it. It used to be called that. It used to be called Journeyman, and then
Yeah,
It's
but
called expert on my sheet.
oh, is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
never
if you
mind.
if you go into the gear, there's a thing that says game system, and if you flip it from basic to core, it'll change to the current book that we're using. Not that it really matters
Oh.
for this.
Fair enough. But yeah, so that's the expert, and the novice is if I give a battle cry with the my glaive now, everyone gets a +1 to willpower test for the counter. So I'm very good at supporting passively.
Wasn't that supposed to be my job?
Oh, start doing it.
You were asleep.
Yeah, we rung. We called you. I guess they're not going very fast, are they?
And I mean, if we're charging into anywhere, suddenly having a +1 to willpower checks and going a little faster is super good.
Yeah, command's a nice talent for sure.
Yeah, because I get one of it from the fancy blade. So just taking
Oh,
one
cool.
level, yeah, and taking my first level just puts me straight up to expert.
I mean, yeah, that was one of the benefits of joining the militarists was being able to get something at expert because it gives you one level free.
I'll have a look. I can't remember what the master version was.
Oh wait, what am I doing? Here.
So essentially, master is if you with someone who fails a willpower test, prompted by horror or some form of threat, I get to roll a communications leadership against that same target number or opposed roll. If you succeed, a number of allies equal to your communication plus leadership focus bonus are considered to have succeeded against the dangers as well.
Oh, that reads allies. That doesn't include you. There's you and your allies. Those are different things. So you don't benefit from it, but everyone around you does.
That's still pretty good.
That's still pretty good, yeah. Oh, wait, I have to, before I worry about all this, I have to determine how much that initial cannon barrage did. Borgia, you're the only one who saw it coming before the cannonball started hitting, so you get to roll for me as this battle opens, a dexterity check. See if you're able to dive away from the shots.
Acrobatics.
I'll take it, sure.
Whoa. Does that do it?
Does 12 do it? 12 does not.
Okay, so I'll spend an action point there. Whoop, just one cheat, just one. Oh. Yeah, don't think I'm gonna get out of the way. Like that's like my highest roll. That's like a +6 on that.
Everyone takes 17 points of damage as cannons start raining down on the ship, and splinters of wood start ripping apart around you. This is definitely why you get woke up, McNeil, because where you get hit, there's bits of wood and bits of cutlery and stuff that get like knocked around and stuff.
Oi.
And that damage is not from the cannon actually hitting you. If a cannonball actually hit you square, you'd be taking a lot more than just 4d6. This is just from the debris of the hit.
Down 2, 3. Ow.
So yeah, the ship has fired upon you. Now it goes to Borgia.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm gonna scramble up to the mizzentops, the crow's nest with my rifle. See if I can't get a. Or do I want to? Is this going to go into like a mass battle situation, or?
Not at this stage. I mean, a mass battle of a sort is happening, but you're not. You're kind of in an individual where you guys are doing things before they get really. As this is happening, you're not part of the order of battle.
Okay. So yeah, I will scramble up to crow's nest or the mizzentop to get a good firing position.
Give me.
I don't know if that's going to take my major or what. But...
This will eat your major. I'll say it's a dexterity check.
Acrobatics?
Yep.
This has worked out so well to now. There we go.
Yeah, you're able to scramble up to the mizzenmast.
Okay. And I figure that's it for me this round, or can I still fire? Okay.
No, it's a major to climb all the way up there.
That's what I figured. Yeah.
Isabel Dumas.
I will. Go and organize whoever I can from our company. Get as many people as I can together to help repel boarders or join any boarding action. Because I mean, they're not going to be used. No one here has any training in firing naval cannons or sailing a ship, so they're not going to be useful. So, in that regard.
Very good. Give me intelligence military lore. Once you figure out where to put these guys so they're not getting in the sailor's way, but they're still going to be ready to help with repelling boarders. Oh, that was your roll. Sorry. 9.
Yeah.
You begin the process of rousing the men, but it's a lot of confusion, a lot of disorientation. It's hard to really get them. At this stage, they're not really doing anything coherent yet.
All right.
Captain Cormac McNeil, you are awoken by shrapnel.
Yeah, I'm not in too good of a state. Can I, am I well, dressed at the very least, or am I in my pantaloons?
You're in your small clothes, probably, yeah.
Oh, bloody hell. Okay, I'll spend my first major action getting dressed then.
A reasonable thing to do for a respectable officer.
Well, I don't want to burst out there with, my small clothes on. That'd just be weird.
True. Sergeant Luciano.
Can we see them?
They're a little under a mile out. They're quite some distance away.
I'll go up to the sailors. Am I able to assist with returning fire?
You would need to give me an intelligence roll or perception roll to see if you're to know how to operate the guns properly or to help them sight the shot.
Intelligence engineering.
I'll take that. Yeah. You're with that roll. It's too unfamiliar to you. You've never worked cannon before. You've heard about it, you've read about it, but it's been a long time. You never joined an artillery unit.
If that's the case, I will wait until either they're within shooting distance or stand ready to receive with the glaive.
Eventually the two fleets begin to close with each other as you start noticing that the enemy fleet seems to have pirate flags flying. Mostly black banners and various designs on them as they're trading shots with the Galleon Navy.
How many ships are we talking about in the opposing force?
A fleet's worth. I didn't think of exact numbers here.
Fair.
But there does seem to be some level of targeted attacks against the troop transports where you guys are. The rest of the regular Navy is trying to... The rest of the Navy that's around is supposed to escort you guys. Is trying to push the pirate Navy away so they stop attacking the troop ships.
All right, kitten, don't try and slit my throat this time. Stay up on my shoulder. It's fine.
Thankfully, though, it seems that your Navy is able to save the troop transports from another barrage of cannons. At this stage, the two ships are still firing at long range at each other. They haven't really... They're skirting around each other a lot. So you still have more time to prepare or figure out what you're going to do. Because eventually you know from your academy days that at some point these either this fight's going to be won and lost long before before you can start shooting with your musket rifles, but it is very possible this could drag out into a fight that where ships are being boarded and they may decide to try to seize the troop transports along with your pay ship. I will say that the way, and as you may imagine, I am this is sort of mass combat, but the mass combat's happening on initiative count 5. Simply because you guys still able to do things while the battle's going on, but you're not really part of the you're not part of the command structure of the Navy fighting the enemy fleet. but you can still defend your ship if nothing else.
Right. Okay. So Diego will get the rifles in firing position with as much cover as you can get on a ship being potentially hit by cannonballs, but get them ready to take the enemy decks under fire. Those who have the agility or whatever to get up into the rigging and the crow's nests, and then other places around the ship. I'll be up top using my whistle and directing.
Give me intelligence military lore.
17 with 5 stunt points.
Ooh. Well, brawling is accuracy. Oh, forgot about that.
Yep.
Well. You definitely succeed. You're able to arrange your rifles to key points on the deck, and the most acrobatic of them up in the rigging a bit.
Right.
A lot can't do that, but there's a couple who've been on a ship or two. Especially Lycellians, like, no. We know ship combat. Maybe not quite this intense, but we're familiar with ships enough that we can pull this off.
Okay. Let's see what I can spend those points on. That's just to the next turn. Like, how long until they're in rifle range, roughly? In mechanical terms, if you don't mind.
It depends how their mass combat goes. It may be a couple rounds yet.
That's fair. It's all next turn, so that's what I'll do. Next turn.
Oh, I guess that's a good question. I have dexterity brawling because it's because that's what Galleons get. I don't know. Should I change that? Was that a mistake you made, or did
That's a
you do
mistake
that
I
just-
made. It should be under accuracy. Yeah,
Okay.
because brawling used to be dexterity. That's what threw me.
Okay.
Yeah, I have
If-
it. So,
See if you can, if I can get away with this. If I spend 3 for assist to assist an ally, can I assist our ship, or is our ship still engaged in the
It's
slinging
part of the mass
cannonballs?
combat. Yeah, it's trying to
Yeah.
it's trying to position itself so it's able to help, but it's staying well out of cannon range or making
Right.
itself less of a priority target.
Okay, so are they able to hit the enemy, or well, okay, one way or another, can I use 3 points to assist to give our side a +3 in their next roll?
You
in
certainly
mass
can,
combat?
because you might see
Yeah.
something and then say, "Hey, Captain, I see this, that." That might be
Right,
useful.
or
And
act
it's
as
like,
like
"Oh
an
crap! I
artillery
really should
spotter."
signal to my captain, to the commander of the fleet. Look over that way. Look over that way."
Right. Okay. See, I'll do 3 for that, and then and then I think I will spend 2 for efficiency, which will pop me up another +2 on initiative for the encounter.
I believe it shifts to Dumas.
Yeah, they're still well outside our ability, so I'll take another stab at organization.
Intelligence military lore. Uh, 11 is not enough.
All right.
Chaos continues. Cormac McNeil.
Well, first things first, I'm going to burst out of my bedroom with my clothes on.
Okay.
Second thing second, as a minor action, can I try to discern what the goddamn hell is actually going on?
You hear that they're shouting, and there's a beat to quarters. Basically, the ship seems to be fighting somebody.
Okay, but when I look around, can I see, okay, they're engaging us, my riflemen are doing this is happening here, etc., or...
Oh, like you're going up onto the deck to see what's going on.
Yes.
Okay, so I would say, intelligence military lore to get a gauge of what's going on.
Good thing I got it, huh? Here's a 15.
15 will get it. Yes, it looks like your fleet is engaged by a pirate fleet that seems to be focusing its fire on the troop transports and the pay ship.
Okay, I'll make my way to the captain then, wherever he may be, and then I will try to give him advice on how to maneuver the ships and where to maneuver the ships if possible, if he can signal to the other ships, because I was born in a nation that loves this kind of shit.
You're able to give him, given that you're engaged with the situation, you're able to give him what I'll treat this as if you did a stunt action. So you're able to add another +2 to his roll because you're able to kind of give him a gauge. You're more you're discerning Tin Island eye to the situation.
Yep, that sounds good.
Sergeant Luciano.
So, I know that there's obviously all the cannon fire and there's multiple ships going at it.
Mm.
Is it possible for Luciano, with his glaive out, to start banging it down and roaring, to create an effect of it focuses our people because they have, oh, something's happening there, focus, and maybe even distracting the pirates is like, what are they doing? Oh, they're actually ready for us.
That sort of action would assist with, if the other side succeeds, it'll help you guys with a roll to avoid being hit, basically. Because the enemy won't be affected because they're frankly just too far away to even notice what you're doing. They're seeing sails and spyglass and stuff like that. You can at least ready your ship with that to kind of bolster the morale of the ship and get everyone ready for the next wave of shot and prepare for the battle to come.
Yeah.
I would call it a communication role.
Would you take leadership?
I would, because you're helping lead, if not your own fellow company, but also some of the sailors aboard.
Yeah, because essentially this is probably what I'm going to continue doing until we get into a range where we can do anything.
Yeah.
My rolls have been
Much noise and fury, but all you get are wary looks and sailors going, "Excuse me, Sergeant," and they continue on their way.
Like, I'm not going to action point it, but my rolls have been god awful tonight.
Your side has a +2 from Borgia, +2 from McNeil, I believe.
I don't have anything related to command. I have Inspire, so...
No. Your roll was... Your roll earlier gave +2. I just forgot how much Borgia... Because you're advising the captain. I just forget how much Borgia added.
For initiative or for the mass battle?
For the mass battle.
3.
You had
3 for me.
So +5 to your side. They certainly won. I need to pull up that part of the book because this battle's it's big, but it's not like. I'm really caring about your side of it rather than the entirety of it. There it is. Is easily. So, yeah, the fight continues. They're still firing at long range. Your troop transport's staying well out of range. Falls to you, Borgia, as you see that your ship is... The fleet is using your guys... between yourself and McNeil, you're able to kind of... your ship is kind of helping the rest of the fleet repositions and... kind of to a certain degree, you notice that the admiral of this particular fleet seems to be using your ships as a sort of decoy to kind of pull them a little bit closer to the primary cannons, and then eventually the ships start swerving in the way and start driving the pirate ships back. You're actually getting the feeling that your side's getting really well positioned to start encircling and enveloping the pirate fleet at this point, because pirate fleet's really out of position right now.
Okay. Is there because last time I just did it with stunt points? Is there a roll I can make to try and give them a bonus?
Yeah, essentially you
And
can
the
do a stunt action, and basically, so no matter what as long as you hit the
Okay.
target number, you'll generate at least 2. Just depends on
Sounds
how
good.
you're continuing to assist the fight.
Let me read over stunt action real quick. Yeah, so I will do a stunt attack. Roll attack as usual. So.
Well, I'm being more flexible than that. You can do something
Right,
that isn't
okay.
an attack, because reasonably you can't fire from your range. You'd be firing into the horizon, and
Yeah.
the shot would fall
Well,
short.
Since I'm in the crow's nest with a very good Winelanian spyglass, I'll be, acting as either artillery observer or, relaying enemy positions and movements down to the captain to relay, that kind of thing.
Intelligence, military lore, or perception seeing. You'll get your spyglass bonus for either, because the spyglass is how
Okay.
you're getting this information.
I think I'll do intelligence, military lore. Spyglass is +1.
So one of the troop transports it's not even supposed to be in the front line of battle in the order of battle. But it's signaling to the admirals like, why is that ship so well informed? How do they know what's going on more than we do?
So 15.
Yep. So you generate 2. You definitely make the target number. You generate
Cool.
+2 to the roll.
Yep, I'll apply that into assist or whatever it's called.
Isabel
Yeah.
Dumas. Gonna keep trying to get your men in order, or are you gonna try something else?
I mean, there's not really much else for me to do.
Not yet, anyway. No.
No. And I don't really want to go beg the captain to start a boarding action when half the people are still trying to put shoes on.
Wake the hell up! Oh, should we leave us? No, get over there. Not there. Over there. Damn it all! For the love of God.
Sure. It's already pretty late, so I'll use an action point. Thank God.
There you go. I got it. You're able to finally get the. With much bellowing and hauling of people by the cuff, you're able to get people moving in the right positions you want them to be and ready in good order. You do have 6 stunt points.
Not really doing combat stunts, are we? Not sure.
You could fill this into combat, social, exploration. It's kind of a floaty thing here. Some of them make more sense than others. You can't really do damage to the other side, but you know.
All right. I'm gonna do because I play the great game. I get inspire at a cost of 3. I will spend 3 to give everyone who witnesses this +1.
So until Dumas' next turn, everyone gets +1 to their roll as Dumas' inspiring leadership bolsters you.
And then I will spend another 3 on compensate because I am starting to get my sea legs. So fighting on a moving ship is not going to be a problem.
Yep, I'll definitely take that into account. Actually, I'll even go. I think compensate goes so far as to do something. Hold on.
Yeah, you ignore environmental penalties to future tests in the same location for the remainder of the encounter.
No. Yep, that's all. Yeah, I know exactly how I'm going to do that. Good.
And then we're going up on deck, ready. Gotta convince the captain. Let me at him.
Cormac McNeil, you're up with the captain who's relaying the orders, and he's positioning your ship and all that sort of thing.
Okay, well, good. Now the next part is I'm going to very calmly, with my cane, gonna crouch myself down towards the deck, go over to the cannons, see the crews probably manically going about loading, and say, all right, this is how you load, so take that out, put that in, right this way, not that way. You there, calm down, sailor, it's nothing, they're just pirates. If we were facing a Tin Islander fleet, we'd be 6 feet under by now. Now come on, load the gun.
As the lieutenants of the deck are like, the hell? It's the Tin Islander captain. Oh yeah, sure. You must know what he's talking about, right? Give me intelligence military lore.
I just really want to calm people down. Yeah, here's a 19 with 6 stun points.
Yeah, you give these galleon naval officers some lessons in canon naval warfare.
No, don't load it that way. That way front. This way back. Yes. And actually that's a 20 overall because of Isabel's thing, right?
Yep.
Can we, as a combat stunt, can we seize the initiative or something like that for us? So
Seize
we get
initiative
the
won't
upper hand.
terribly help you here, I don't think.
Yeah. Won't terribly help us?
No.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
I mean, it would help McNeil, though, wouldn't it?
Okay, how about...
I
the
suppose it
ship
would put you to the top of the initiative if you were worried about that, yeah. If, once the ground fighting starts.
Can I give our ship a bonus of defensive stance and pierced armor for when we next fire? Maybe that'll help the mass combat,
I would dump that into boost. That would more quantify what's happening because you're in a mass combat. They are in a mass combat situation, so.
Sure, I'll drop 3 into boost and
God,
3 into assist. So that gives them a +6 overall. Good job, guys.
So friggin' what? I'm at 8 now.
8. Yeah,
God.
8.
Bianchi.
I'm essentially going to keep doing what I was doing, so I'll roll another communications leadership.
Okay.
I'll spend an action point. I want to succeed at something tonight.
You look really good in that uniform. There you go.
Well, the night's still young.
That's definitely a success. You gonna do the same thing as McNeil, or?
I was essentially thinking, could I inspire and taunt?
Inspire and what, sorry?
Taunt.
Taunt. I wouldn't take taunt yet. If we're in the next stage, I'd take it, but they're a little too far away for taunt to kick in. We can definitely inspire everybody, which will give everyone a +1 to their test until your turn comes up.
Could I put 2 into skirmish and get us closer?
If you move, I don't know, 4 yards off the ship, off the edge, you're in the water. I'm not sure how much that's going to help you.
Yeah, that's worth a go.
Sorry.
I'll put 2 into assist.
God, so friggin' 10. I don't think your side's losing this roll. Not even close.
I came my way with stun points too.
Yeah, so it looks like in these opening volleys, with your guys' assistance and helping them, not worry too much about that, even if a pirate ship just got lucky and blasted through and got to you, they can focus on what they're doing, or you're helping them spot, you're helping your fleet spot things.
Right.
Your ship's helping, and even though the troop ship isn't really front line shooting. McNeil is able to kind of help them make those shots, those really long shots to kind of still, even if you don't hit the ships, that doesn't matter. It matters that they know you can shoot it. You're in range, and that spooks them a little bit. So it's helping corral. It has this opening volley. Although this was supposed to be an ambush where the troop ships got raked like crazy, that is not what happened. The Galleon navies begins encircling the enemy ships, begins closing closer and closer to finish them off. We fall into the next stage. At this stage of the fighting, it has
Prize money.
You are now within range of shooting. You can if you want to board, you're gonna have to requisition the captain to board. But at present, you're within shooting range, at your long shooting range, easily.
Okay. Diego will look for the pirate commander, captain, admiral, whatever. See if I can get a beat on that person.
I'll eat your action for that. Call it perception seeing. And you get your bonus because you have your spyglass.
Right.
You see him.
Goodness gracious. Then, okay.
It is actually a female pirate captain.
You not only see her, but like you like see her soul or something. Like,
Right.
you
right.
know every detail about her.
I'll spin for lethal blow, so I inflict 2d6 with my eyeball.
Stop leering at her.
Piercing leer, 2d6 damage.
I have to get the Pokemon
Right.
music.
I feel like you're being judged from a great distance.
Yeah, she suddenly feels like she's being watched. You know, there's eyes on her. Uncomfortable. You know that prickling on the back of your neck. Ugh.
Okay, so I think I'll spend 3 on boost for my next turn. And 3 on defensive stance until my next turn. Since the spotting her was the action.
I mean, are you going to call it out?
Yeah. Hold on. Is the mass combat still happening?
It is, but you're at a point where you're kind of interjecting yourself as a crisis that the other side doesn't know is happening. It's like, one of these ships is gunning for you. They don't know that you're part of the fight yet. Like
Okay.
you on the smaller scale are part of this larger fight.
Okay, so definitely 3 on boost. Yeah, I think 3 on boost, and I'll also spend 3 on assist for the overall battle. So I've spotted her. Oh, look, there's the enemy leader, and then I'll be yelling down also. Oh, and the enemy pirate ships are trying to come around to the starboard flank or something.
Mm-hmm. I get just
So,
a +3 to your next move, and then +3 to the overall mass combat.
Right.
Lieutenant Isabel Duma. The ships are in sight. If we adjust.
I will present myself and the QSA to the captain and say that we are at his disposal for boarding, with a heavy implication that that's exactly what he should do.
Give me communication roll.
Persuasion?
Yeah.
What faction is he of?
He is a monarchist.
I didn't want to know the answer to that, but I still asked. 12. He wants prize money, doesn't he?
He
We all
does, but he doesn't want
prize
you
money.
stealing it.
Who else does he think's gonna get it here? He's on a transport ship. I'm his only opportunity.
What use are cavalry in a boarding action, Lieutenant?
I draw the saber and point at the breastplate. We are better armed and trained for close action than anyone on this ship.
You continue your argument. He's willing to listen, but you haven't convinced him yet. He's not willing to close the close distance.
His job's to get troops ashore.
Cormac McNeil.
I will keep trying to just keep everyone cool aboard the ship, you know. I want to be the presence that is so calm and collected aboard the ship, you know, like Nelson, just walking around. It's like, here, you sailor, pick up what you dropped over there. Yes, you, pick it up and go back to your place. And stop running around, will you?
Communication leadership.
Yeah, here's a
Bloody
20
hell.
points.
Jesus. When we actually start fighting, our rolls are going to get absolute shit.
Well,
You hit it, that's for sure.
yeah, I'm just gonna go for crowd appeal, so I'll spend all my stun points, so all 6, just so everyone can see it. As long as their willpower is equal to or less than my communication, this doesn't allow the effects of other stunts to affect more than one person, however. So my social action affects more than one additional person per 2 SP spent. I'll spend all 6. So, you know, the deck, essentially.
You are gonna gain a reputation. Born for Navy action. And that will give you +2 monarchists. +2... yeah, sorry. And a -2... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to make this a rep. I'm going to make this an ability. Because you will be, from this day on, Cormac McNeil will be well known as a man born for Navy action. Whenever you're doing actions in naval actions, you get or you're trying to influence a naval officer, you get +1 to the roll, just because you're known as someone who is super calm, knows what he's talking about, and is willing to share with the Galleon Navy his what he learned in the 10 Isles.
Oh yes, the sea is a cruel mistress, and for far too long have I endured her lessons.
Would you think Strathcliffe was a beach resort? Sergeant Luciano Bianchi. You can see the enemy in the distance. You can hear Dumas arguing with the captain to be allowed to cross over. See Borgia shouting out his spottings. McNeil calmly walking up and down the deck.
So, Luciano's going to sit down on the deck. He's going to place his rifle on the side of the ship to act as the steady.
Mm-hmm.
Use his free hand to help brace the shot, so he's aiming.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to shout out to Diego. Diego, spot! And I'm going to try and take that shot.
Yep. You're at your aim. I believe aim normally gives +2, +1. I forget now.
I think it's like a
Normally +1, but I think Bianchi has you've got firearms style, right?
I do, yes.
Yeah, so you get +2.
So there would have been a -2 due to range, but your +2 negates it. So you're rolling flat.
Okay, so I'll turn aim off then.
You basically negated the fact you're firing from Holy God far away.
Okay, let's see if I can.
I actually have to look at this person's defense. I didn't think the bloody captain was going to get shot. The admiral's going to be shot at, but hey. Welcome to Heroes of Age.
Rifles. I'm telling you, rifles.
So, a 14.
Well, let's find out together. I think that hits, though.
Unless I had
even
any-
if I buff them, but it might hit.
Do they have any bonuses from anywhere?
You would have a bonus from... No, because the bonus that Isabel gave would have come and gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have that, but you're not just any old sailor. You are the commander of the fleet. So you are that, which means that, which means that, which means I can do that. That doesn't affect, that kind of affects it, but not really. Yeah, not really, so okay. A little harder for you to hit them. They're a little harder to kill, but... no. That is a hit, monsieur.
Okay. It's only a 3d6, so I very much doubt I'm going to drop her, but...
Lamb. And Captain shot the enemy, the pirate commander giving orders, and Borgia, you can see her shouting, and then poof, it claps her in the shoulder, and she kind of flinches away from the shot and kind of starts looking around, starts shouting and pointing at your ship.
Yeah. Essentially, my next turn will be major action reloading.
Yeah. Your side does not have any bonuses currently from you guys, I don't think. So
Yeah, Diego gave them 3.
3. Good. Well, much as the pirate fleet commander wants to retaliate against your ship, that has actually broken them out of order, and now the pirate fleet is facing a very regimented navy that is abusing the pirate commander's rashness. As you can tell that she's trying to focus her fire and sink your ship in particular, which if she succeeded at that role, you were about to be attacked. But she failed because the galley navy saw what she was trying to do and went, no, we're going to use that. We're going to use that against you. Diego Borgia.
Now it's my turn to take on the Pirate Queen. So I will aim. I too get the +2. So it's a wash.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I messed things up. Okay, kitten, quit typing.
Hits.
Okay. Is my dexterity higher than hers? I have a 4 these days.
I'm pretty sure. What if I give you a bonus because you're a pirate? Not that much of a bonus. No, you're still higher.
Okay, so I will make this a piercing attack.
Okay.
That's a rapier. Oh, that's the 2 hit again. Sorry, ignore that. This is the damage.
Ow.
And then an extra d6 on top of that.
Ow.
17.
You notice that she's repositioning herself because she's now aware. She's trying to move around on the deck.
We have
to make herself-
snipers.
Yeah, it's like no, I'm not gonna stand right where the wheel is. I'm gonna start moving around and stuff and start pointing out people to start shooting back from the ship, which is a little distracting. But in the chaos of it, she's too busy tracking Bianchi and not you, because you haven't shot yet, and you kind of wait a good long time to fire, and then it's like wait for her to stop moving, and then back. Clips her in the side. She kind of lurches and kind of takes a nice long deep breath and glaring, and she doesn't look happy. She's pointing her saber in your direction, and you notice that her ship is starting to point its nose straight at you. It'll look like she's gonna try to ram your ship, come hell and high water.
I will use my minor. I do have the talent level boost as a militarist applied to the firearm styles, so I can reload my rifle as a minor, and I will do that.
Lieutenant Dumas. As you
So, convincing him now is academic.
well, if
I
you're
think so, unless she wises up.
I mean, unless you're shy of glory.
Well, no, I mean, right. This is going to come to a boarding action because she's trying to ram.
Well, yeah, but it might turn into a. I mean, yeah. If she gets that far, you're right. Yeah.
Okay. I guess since I can't jump over, I'll suggest again. It's no longer, to him, it's no longer a decision of whether or not to board. It's a decision of whether to be rammed or to be boarded.
You can give me another communication check. You get +2 because the argument does hold quite a bit of water.
So that's at a -1 overall, so a 14.
14 still gets it. The captain looks to you and says, "Seems the setting sun is on your side, Dumas. Get your sabers in order. Let's see these pirates off." And then turns away and just starts shouting, like, he's like, "Nope, you're gonna, I expect you to do what you're gonna do. I'm gonna," as you notice, the ship's getting ready to, the captain's trying to get their ship to allow the ram to happen in a sense, but they're trying to make it more of a boarding, they're trying to turn it into a boarding action rather than just literally being slammed into. Like, initially he was probably going to try to evade the board, but now he's going to let it he's going to try to use it as a way to kind of counter board, to allow the board to happen. But in a way that doesn't damage the ship so damn much. You have 3 stun points.
Inspire.
+1 to everyone until Dumas comes back. Around the table, Cormac McNeil.
Gunnery Sergeant, that ship won't be able to ram us if we take out its sails. Load chain shot and aim just over there.
Communication leadership.
Here's a 20 with 3 stun points.
Yeah, I will note you can use combat stunts at this point and help with damaging the enemy ship, because you basically did help lead a chain shot barrage against the enemy commander's ship.
No, so we're trying to take out their sails. Here's a lightning attack. So what we'll do is we're gonna fire 1 set of batteries on the first deck, and then on the second deck, the second round of chain shot go in as well.
Very good.
We're just trying to knock out the mast so they can't effectively sail and they'll be marooned, hopefully.
Like, hey, you moved into chain shot range. Thanks, that makes this easier.
Now we're just going to stand here and shoot you all. Bang, bang.
Give me another communication leadership, because you do still have to succeed at the second roll. You just get no stun points from it.
Wait, can I use my ability here? My new talent that I picked up?
Which one?
Or no, my new thingy that I picked up. Hang on.
Hang on.
Oh, one more thing. Yeah. Insight allow you to make a second test related to your successful test. In action time, this occurs as a free action, but it cannot be an attack roll. In an advanced test, you may take the bonus test during the time increment in which you made the initial test. Oh.
So you wouldn't be able. So with lightning attack, you'd be able to attack again, because essentially that's what you're doing. You're attacking through communication. But Inspire would be doing something else. You're doing this attack and doing something else while the shooting's happening.
Here's a 16.
16 will do it. Roll for me. 46 twice.
Can I just roll 8d6 then?
Wait, you're shooting at the sails. Yeah, you can totally do that. Yep. I was thinking the hull. I was like, I'd have to know from what each hit did, but the sails aren't nearly as.
32.
Hold on. I think those sails are destroyed.
My God, we may be better on the water than we are on land.
Har har.
It's
Yo
right
ho,
up
bottle
my
of rum and such.
I'm about to do something fucking stupid.
Don't swim
Excellent.
over to them. They're marooned. Now we just shoot them to death. There's no need to get anyone killed, except them. Hopefully they'll just raise the white flag when their thing is dead.
There we go. Yeah, you totally hit them. That's not the issue. I'm having their book thing, though. Do one more check. Yeah, you're able to rip apart their main mast for the command ship, and it starts slowing drastically. The second mast is still up, but the ship is drastically slowed, and a lot of their crew is mired in the debris of the main mast being knocked over.
I'll lead a cheer. Hey!
Hey!
Huzzah! We've all just come from the Renaissance Fair. Huzzah!
Sergeant Luciana. The ship is still moving, but it's moving way slower than it was a second ago.
Would you say that the pirate commander is slightly distracted now?
One
You
could,
got half a pound of lead in her.
I would suppose so, yeah.
I want to do something, but I'm pretty sure you're going to say no, but I'll throw it out there. I
No.
wish to
Oh, go ahead.
I wish to grab hold of one of the rigging, cut another part, and launch myself across.
You can certainly,
Errol Flynning that shit.
you can certainly try.
Yeah, I essentially want to launch myself at the pirate commander and force him to surrender with a flying castrum with a glaive.
Well,
I love this. I love
let's
this so much.
see.
Wait, where did Luciano go? What? Who fired Luciano?
Damn it, McNeil. Okay, you're sitting on the keyboard, sweetie. There you go.
I am going to. Oh, there it goes. That answered my question. I will call this a strength check. Because strength jumping is a strength focus.
Strength might.
Strength jumping.
I've got. Yeah, I'll just do strength then. I may need to steal action points because with my luck.
That's fair.
Someone might be going in the drink here in a second.
Yeah, I've got a +3 from Isabel, so minor victories.
A +1.
Oh, was that +1? Okay.
Yeah.
So I've got a 12.
12 ain't really gonna do it.
Okay, you can have my last one.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
14.
14 is not gonna do it.
God damn it.
Ploosh.
Did you just like go for a swim?
Yeah, basically just like cut one rope and had another rope launch me into the water.
He's
Well-
he's so ready for battle. He couldn't wait 5 seconds more for the ship to get close. He had to swim to it.
Hey, if I had more action points, I'd be still rolling this to try and get it.
Oh damn it! I should have let you get it from somebody else because I have an idea what to do with an action point to maybe help you out there. Anybody got another one they want to give to Bianchi
Or to give
or
to
to
you.
me actually? Yeah. Okay, guess not.
The other side, unfortunately, is able to make some efforts. The enemy ship starts charging in, and charging in, it very slowly gets into boarding range with your ship. As your captain has kind of been surprised by Bianchi launching himself off, and kind of overestimated their maneuverability versus the enemy ship. She does not. The commander is not able to crash into you quite the way she wanted, but she is able to get in position enough to launch another barrage of cannon. That is 11 damage.
I'm
all
not
of
on the
us.
ship.
Everyone on the
missed
ship.
out.
Bianchi is actually out of is away from the attack.
It is 1 damage.
What about those of us up way high in the crow's nest?
Give me dexterity acrobatics to not fall from the broken crow's nest, or to as it's falling to kind of catch yourself in the rigging somewhere.
Oh, so they took it into the mast, not the hull of the ship.
It's like sweeping the decks or something.
Yeah, you notice
Sure.
that the captain of the enemy ship kind of angled her little mini cannon up to where you are.
Okay.
Oh, it's personal.
Yeah, screw you in particular.
13.
You see them angling, and you're kind of you're watching where she's going, and it's like, okay, getting ready to reload. Oh, she has one of those mini cannons on the upper deck.
I think the word you're looking
dive.
for is swivel gun.
Swivel gun. Yeah.
Swivel
So,
gun. Yeah.
yeah.
You just dive
Or
away because
carronade.
there's no toughing out a swivel gun just hitting you square on. It's like, nope.
Yeah, it's fair.
No, carronades are normally like twice the size of normal guns. Like,
Yeah.
carronades are massive. They're
Oh, yeah.
short range, like howitzers.
Okay.
So yeah, at this point, two forces are. The two ships are fighting each other. Oops. So your two forces are fighting a boarding action against each other.
Does this turn into like a skirmish and mass combat? Or how are we doing it?
I imagine you guys are trying to target the pirate fleet commander. However, you can the zeros that are around you, you can basically sweep into them, and you can focus your attacks on the bad guys and on the pirates in general to try to sweep the deck a bit and kind of save your men from the Navy sailors and your own soldiers from being hurt. Likewise, she's probably going to do the same on her end. That's what makes it scary, because she's going to start wading into the fight and start chewing into your troops as best she can.
So it's a normal combat. Zeros are present, but they're not. It's not like a mass combat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. So it goes to. Actually, I have to see where the commander lands, because she actually gets into your fight. Where she can actually engage rather than just focus on the fight right now. She's letting someone else deal with the mass combat around her, which pulls her stats out of that setting. So there's some comfort there. Ooh, she actually got pretty high. What? Oops. Okay. So that was that. Diego Borgia, you are up in the rigging, so you're still a little bit ways up. You can see various pirates fighting the sailors and Dumas cuirassiers and your own riflemen, as it's just chaos as people are trading shots with each other.
I'll go for the pirate queen again. I bet I can aim this time, baby.
So you're aiming from the rigging, are you?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's where I was before. He's got his legs looped around some of the rigging, and yeah. Blam. 13.
I haven't. 13's enough.
Okay. And this will be a pinpoint attack.
Yep.
23.
You have defeated her. Do you want her to be dying, helpless, or unconscious?
What's the difference between helpless and unconscious? Unconscious, I know you're only down for X number of rounds. Helpless is you can still crawl, kind of thing.
Helpless means you can't take minor or major actions, but you can take reactions, so like avoiding being hit more, or she can take free actions to speak, or she can crawl or stagger for 2 rounds, for 2 yards rather. But at that point, she is. That's the difference. Yeah, unconscious means you can't really. You will wake up eventually. Yeah, helpless means she can still talk and stuff, whereas unconscious she's just out.
Let's put her unconscious then, so she can't even give orders and stuff.
You might want her to.
Fair enough.
You might want her to.
Yeah,
so her to be able to strike colors.
that's fair. Helpless.
So you clip her right like somewhere in the hip bone, and she just crumples to the ground, screaming. But you know she's a tough lot. That's you could have aimed somewhere a little higher and taken her out completely, but she's just in incredible pain.
Okay. See, minor action. I'll well, can I use my minor action to scuttle down and start heading towards her?
You could, yeah.
Okay.
Isabel Dumas, you see the pirate fleet commander helpless on the ground, screaming, as well as the various other soldiers around and sailors fighting each other.
I mean, if yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know what else to do other than to demand her surrender, right?
You can do exactly that. You can push yourself over there.
Then I will do that. I will walk up to her, blade pointed at her, and say, "Have your people surrender." The obvious implication.
Or you're going to marry her. Wait, what? It was obvious to me.
I mean, hey, if a romance breaks out like on the ship or something, like after this, who knows? But I don't think now is the time.
What? All those Harlequin novels of from this era are not accurate? What the hell are you telling me?
I mean,
no. Well, Isabel doesn't shave her chest, so she's not one of those.
And it was Borgia who saw into her soul or whatever. Like, right? Borgia has the advantage on.
That's right. You can have the religious fanatic, the dame, and I'll take.
Oh, okay.
I'll take the pirate queen.
I don't. That's not fair.
Oh, fudge and muffins. I am going to look up something. I know what she's rolling. I'm trying to figure out what you're rolling. Ha. Give me strength intimidation. She's rolling her morale. She has a penalty because she's basically on the ground.
Does she count as being of a faction? Because strength intimidation, I think, is the other.
No, it's anything communication. That's what it is. All communication checks work, but strength checks don't.
Didn't we talk about this last time? That's not what it is.
I have it written in the thing. Where did I put it?
I don't know. Maybe I switched position. Maybe talking about this last time confused me. You're right. It is a +3 to all communication checks.
It's just that it's all communication checks, where I originally thought it was like persuasion. It's like, wait, no, I wrote it as communication, so any communication check helps. Or hurts, for that matter. But in this case, you're trying to scare her to straight up strength. So it doesn't, there's no penalty or negative.
I
I have to beat
action
your
point.
roll. I have a penalty of I will say.
I'm likely gonna use it. Oh, yeah, I'll wait for you to roll, but I'm likely gonna end up using the action point because I imagine 11's not gonna do it.
Yeah. So there's. Oh, part of the book. Scroll, 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 scroll. That's what I was looking for. No, it's not. Oh, crash effects. That's neat to know. Don't need it to know right now.
Because we demastered her before she could use those crash effects against us.
Yeah. Horror tests. Ah, hell with it. I'll just roll your thing and I'll just give her minus, we'll say 3. 2 because she's helpless, and another 1 because her side's lost at least one stage of the mass combat. So minus 3 total, and then I roll her willpower plus morale. So I didn't add that, I added to that, so I have minus 3 plus 3. So I'm rolling flat. Got it.
Yeah, I'll use that action point.
You can add just plus
Oh,
2
God.
to your roll, by the way. So you.
Oh. Well, it might be a little late for that because I did not wait for your explanation.
I'll let you use it here if you want, because it's something we don't do that often, but.
You can do that after the roll?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, the 13. Which will only help if her strength is less than 1.
Barely helped her out of combat.
Okay.
Yeah, no. It's no. I had plus 3 from her stuff and minus 3 because of all her penalties. So I was rolling whatever number I rolled was what I got.
Oh, okay.
I was like 12. All you need to add an action point. I'm just an action point. Yeah, you totally can. And thus,
somebody fish out Bianchi.
in time, the ships are able to come and fish Bianchi out of the water. The pirate fleet strikes its colors and surrenders to the galleon fleet. And there is much rejoicing and backslapping of the 4 of you for your efforts. Captain, and of course the captain will invite the 4 of you to his table. Although he was already doing that before, he wants you guys to sit a lot closer to him than normal,
right?
To kind of have a personal, to make the chatting a lot easier. But yeah, no, you have successfully repelled this invasion. And McNeil, I'm going to give you a military intelligence military lore check to see how much you're able to gather from what really happened here. As you normally wouldn't be privy to all this sort of stuff, but you have a closer eye to things.
Is 12 enough?
12 is not enough.
I'm gonna AP it then. Action point it.
It's just
You could. Yeah.
Is it 13 enough?
Might. Hold on. You did win. I knew 12 would be. 13 will tell you that you may have not served in the Tin Islander Navy. Actually, I'll correct myself because you're an older gent. Did McNeil ever serve in the Tin Islander Navy in his youth?
Maybe as a young boy when his parents sent him to be like one of those,
like a midshipman.
Midshipman or something like that, Just as a way to toughen you up, like to toughen all Tin Islander children. Yeah, go serve on that ship. It'll do you good, sonny.
And it's like, yeah. It's like, okay, you're a grown adult. You can choose what you want. I want off this damn boat. It's a ship.
Right
I
now.
don't care. I want off.
So yeah, limited experience, but some maybe.
Yeah, in your limited experience, you know that there are pirates that might attack from the Ten Isles, even from far Vinland. However, the attack, for it to happen the way it did, means they need to sit in this bay, and the Armenian Navy is no great slouch, not the greatest on the sea by any stretch, because they're very much a land power. But they do have some naval reserves, and sitting right here in this bay like that, they wouldn't be able to sit there. They could get away with it for a little bit, but not for long. So they had to have timed it just so that they were in there. They snuck in, hid in there for a tiny, just long enough to catch you as you were passing. So this wasn't some random pirate attack in the open water that, if that happened, they would have came from here and just happened to see you coming and then chased after you. These guys were waiting in ambush.
Somebody's got real good intelligence, perhaps
Yeah.
too good.
Too good. So, okay. A daring synthesis, may I add?
Say again, sorry?
A daring synthesis.
Treasure. So you're going to get a cut of the prize money, because the Galleon Navy took a lot of boats and stuff, so some of those are going to be prize ships, some of them are going to be sunk, because they just don't have they really just don't want to be weighed down by that many ships. But there's a lot to go around. And given you guys did a lot to aid in the fight, you were going to be given a bit of a share anyway, because you were on. Even if all you did was sat there and went, we're ready to help defend the ship if someone boards, you would have gotten a little bit of a cut out of just considerations. Like, hey, you're here, you're soldiers, you should get something.
So we were way more active.
Yeah, you were very active, and it's like, you know what? And it was a friggin' landlubber that captured the enemy captain. So yeah. We're gonna hand out split at the leisure of your captain. 170 gold.
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 Yeah.
Huh.
That
Each.
pirate captain was laden with a lot of
No.
stuff
Not each.
Not
Split
each.
between the
Not each.
four.
170 total.
for you to divide.
The split between the three of us.
The three of you. Oh, right, because...
Sorry, the four of us. Sorry. Yeah.
You don't get a cut. Apparently the sergeant doesn't get a cut. I see how it is.
Well, that's that's just what I was about to ask. What the heck?
And remember, I would get an even smaller cut because I'm a sergeant.
Well, it's up to your captain. They're leaving it to
How
his.
he decides
Yeah,
to split it.
It's up to McNeil to how to divvy it up.
Well, I'll divvy it up equally between the five of us, actually, considering Lieutenant Safwan. Yeah.
I thought he was on another boat.
Is he on another boat?
No, he's on your boat as well. It's just that
okay.
he was doing the thing that most people do. Most officers would do it, just ready their troops for anti-boarding action, but they weren't actively shoving in like you guys were.
Yeah, despite my dislike for him, he'll also get a cut, so we'll split it equally 5 ways. McNeil's cut, however, will go to the sailors of the ship, for they have acted very bravely, and, well, without my instructions, probably they wouldn't have gotten anywhere, but I see fit to reward them at least somewhat.
That's what, 34
Yep.
each? Okay.
I don't need the gold, I'm rich anyway. Ho ho!
How much is going to the sailors in gold?
My cut of 34 gold.
Jesus. So you're getting
Yes,
another
please.
rep, generous with prize money, plus to the common folk, negative with the bourgeois.
Oh well.
Because it's like, hey, the rich could have just made himself richer. He's like, nah, I'll share around the gold. I'm not stingy. You didn't just hand out like a couple silvers or a single gold for them to figure out. It's like, no. I handed out like gold crowns around. It's like, holy hell, who does that?
That's it. Now we're racking up the rep. We're getting ready for my future kingship. There we go.
Diego will keep half of that 34, which is 17, and distribute the rest to his riflemen for helping to defend the ship and for being so quick to obeying orders and getting organized with such alacrity.
Yeah. Whether Saf 1 does, I'll do it for the basic dragoons.
Safan will note and nod your generosity, but they're not sharing their money. That's their money.
Yeah.
get their
So
paychecks.
basically, each rifleman gets a little over, not quite 7 gold, but 7 silver apiece.
I'm not doing that calculation between 50 people. I'm giving them something which is more than they would have got.
Yep.
You're also going to gain some experience from that particular fight in itself. There's still a little more of the session left, but that was the big fight. You guys ended it a little quicker than I thought you were going to, but that's fine.
Yeah, I need to get a focus of flying through the air like a cannonball.
Jumping is what you're looking for.
A flying squirrel, my friend.
That would have been so fucking cool.
250 experience, all told, for that particular
for a random
engagement.
encounter. Cool. Was this a random encounter?
It wasn't random. No, I was intending for you guys to get jumped. I wanted to see what you guys would do if you were attacked on the water. If you're just gonna stay out of it, or you're gonna get stuck in. It's like, oh, they're getting stuck in. All right, okay, well.
We're at 2,750 right now, right, guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
In the days to come, fastball special. And see, author boarding actions aren't bad. They're perfectly fine as long as you win. Because if the battle went really badly, you guys could have been captured, and then your part of the Vitluian invasion would have been very different.
Well, we had the rest of the Galleon Navy there to support us.
But
lucky
hey,
us.
Pirate Queen romance would have still been on the table. So
Yeah, totally different.
I don't see this as a total loss.
In time after the attempted surprise attack on the Galleon Navy is unable to hinder the invasion, as the troop transports were not hindered and their pay was not stolen. Thus did the 7th Corps disgorge itself upon the town of Shellstrand, which was not quite expecting this large a force to descend on their shores. Shellstrand is, whatever mass combat would have happened is immaterial. They are just overwhelmed by the 7th Corps landing on their shore and just swarming the town.
Bonjour, motherfuckers!
Knock knock, who's there? The 7th Corps.
Yeah.
But the fast and fighting, what fighting you saw was, your unit, your company barely just sees any fighting, just because Shellstrand just gets cannoned a little bit, and then some troops start unloading, and then the fighting's over by the time you even get to shore. So you notice that the Vitluian flag has been reduced, and the Galleon flag has been risen, and what few bodies that were on the streets are already being carried off. Various Vitluian citizens are looking with some level of fear and trepidation at the march of the 7th Corps. How do you comport yourselves as you enter this foreign land?
Well, I guess that depends what McNeil's general orders are, right?
Well, I would urge Leclerc, because I know he commands the entire company, to encourage the men that there is and shall not be any looting, that we are trying to conduct a hearts and minds campaign before anything.
In fact, Dumas will suggest to McNeil to avoid looting and to succeed more in the campaign. Perhaps we stay here only long enough to unload the horses and the supplies, and then our company requests assignment to set off, so that if any looting does happening, it won't be our people, and we get a head start on the campaign.
A splendid idea, but there are what, like 20,000 of us, I think.
Well,
Closer
yeah,
to
but
that.
we're not going to
Oh,
be
no.
able to convince the core commander of anything, right? This is
Yeah,
just what
no.
we can convince your superior of.
Yeah, so to encourage at least our party of men not to loot and behave themselves in good conduct and orderly fashion, request a quick reassignment to either go for a scouting mission or something along those lines, but just get the hell away from here. But while we're here, conduct yourselves civilly, and you shall be aptly rewarded.
Yeah, essentially asking for the vanguard position.
Firstly, I will request of you. There's 2 roles here, and Major Leclerc is the head of the 3rd Battalion, so the battalion leader. You're the squadron leader and leader of your elite company.
Yes.
Let's put Leclerc on the board. There he is. You meet with Leclerc in a merchant's guild hall that he has taken up as his command office for the time being. He looks up at you and nods at you. Captain McNeil, you wanted to speak with me?
Yes, Major Leclerc. It is regarding our company's status while we are here now in Vitlu. To prevent any further disorderly conduct from the men, or any disorderly conduct from the men and women, I should request of you to move our company further ahead as a sort of vanguard. The men are restless for some action, and I'm afraid their restlessness might spill over onto the local populace, which of course we don't want.
It is going to be... I'm not too worried about my battalion, but the rest of the corps is going to be exacting their vengeance on these poor Vitluians.
May I offer an alternative, sir? Do you have any influence with our corps commander?
You overestimate my influence.
But
Captain.
you sit on his council, do you not, Major?
No.
No.
I am not a division commander. I am one officer of many.
Do you have any influence with your division commander?
What are you asking me for, Captain?
Perhaps there is a way to minimize what the troops might do by moving them out of the way. As a false spotting of troops further south of us perhaps might lead the division commander out of the town and, into the woods.
Captain, did you say a false one?
Well, it's harmless completely if we just report that we saw some cavalry to our south, and they'll go and investigate it, won't we?
You can try a communication check.
With etiquette?
Persuasion.
I don't have that. There's a 17 with 4 stump points.
17 is not enough.
With 4 stump points. Can those stump points do anything for me?
4 stump points don't apply if the test failed.
Well, yeah, I'll just shrug my shoulders then, as you say, sir.
Captain, I would advise you not to say such a thing again, unless you want to be charged with treason.
Are we being listened into, Major?
I am a major, Captain, and if someone else happened to overhear what you just said, I'd have to do something now, wouldn't I?
Yes. Good thing we know each other so well, don't we?
Look, if you want to influence the Marshal at some point, be on good behavior, comport yourself as appropriate of the 7th Corps, and you may be invited to be part of its escort. I doubt we'll be able to save Shellstrand, but we might have a chance to save other townships further south. You just need to be getting this. You'll see him far sooner than I will.
Just get me and my men out of here as soon as you can, if you can, please.
Well, then it becomes the question of where we're going to send your company. We could push them toward to scout toward Seabreeze Cove or toward Aquahaven.
Well, Aquahaven is currently engaged by the Almanian Empire, is that correct?
So the reports would tell us, assuming nothing's gone wrong.
Do the Jerrys require assistance, do you think?
The who?
The Dalmanians. Sorry, it's a Tin Islander saying.
Ah. Well, if we can get some spotting for them and communicate it to the First Corps, I'm sure they'd appreciate our assistance.
I could send over my dragoons to help the Almanians, while I take the rest of the company out to Seabreeze Cove. How does that sound?
Sorry, communicate to me what you want to do, Captain?
I could send Diego Borgia with the light dragoons over to scout out Aqua Cove, and take the rest of the company to the other place.
You'll be separating yourselves across the peninsula.
The light dragoons are fast. I reckon they can go to Aqua Haven and be back within 2 days with us at Seabreeze Cove. If I'm looking at the map right, these distances seem a bit small, don't they? It's not exactly Lysel to Lumerburg.
No, but it is a considerable distance. You will be more than a day's ride away from each other.
They're light enough, I hope. If they pack light, I think we can get them back within the company's warm embrace within 2 or 3 days, like I said.
Well, here's the chance to prove what riflemen can do.
I'm sorry, Captain. I do not feel comfortable. I would be more comfortable with one company going one way, scouting one way, and one going the other. But sending a mere 25 on their alone in enemy territory seems to be asking a lot.
They are a scouting force, right? We're not looking to assist the Almanians with the taking over Aqua Haven, right? At the very least, those 25 men will be very unnoticeable during their trek across the land, because, well, the difference between sending 100 men and sending 25 men is enormous, let me tell you. And furthermore, 25 men are quite good at raiding supply lines, much better so than 100 men that get spotted over 3 miles.
He starts looking over the maps.
Sir, I know Gallia is a really big place, but you must consider where we are right now. This is
Do you
very
know
small.
where you are, sir?
Well, I've heard of this land, mostly, but similar land can be found some places in the Tin Isles. Very small, very easy to navigate, although somewhat rough terrain somewhere. They'll be transporting their supplies from Olisipo to Aqua Haven. If the 25 men get to Aqua Haven, they may actually intercept some supply wagons. I'm assuming Aqua Haven is under siege by the Almanian Empire. Any help we can give those Jerrys might actually give them the edge on this one.
I don't.
It's not under siege, though.
It shall be then. Maybe they're running out of cannonballs. Maybe they're running out of bullets. Maybe they're running out of
because
food.
I think the Almanians are engaging the border forts, which are some distance away from Aqua Haven.
Ah, well, in that case, let me rephrase really quickly. If their mission is only to scout, 25 men will do the job just as well. Very unnoticeable. And they move a lot quicker.
He starts doing some calculations, and he starts looking over the map as your GM's actually calculating how far this is. I'm trying to see how viable this actually is or not.
Oh, hey, Diego, this is what your unit specializes in, right?
Yeah, I mean we're a reconnaissance unit. You're just potentially sending us deep into enemy territory and while being very far from any supporting forces. So I mean it's a dangerous mission.
Well, you're the paratroopers,
you know.
That's what you do, right?
I mean, you give Diego the
we
mission,
have a
he'll do
whole
his
other
best to
company we
accomplish it.
could send.
Look, if your objective is just to scout, you go over there, you have a little look-see, you make a report, you send a rider over to the Armenian side if possible, and then screw off back home. You are on horseback, right? So.
Yeah.
You're looking at, from what I can tell, presuming nothing attacks them on the way from there to there.
Mm-hmm.
and the terrain, you're looking at somewhere between 4 to 5 days, if not a week, between Seabreeze Cove and Aquahaven. And that's on
I see.
horse.
So the land is not quite as small as I thought. Is it mountainous? I can't tell actually from this map. We should really have relief maps in here.
Well, if you learn to read a map, Captain, maybe you would know the distances on this thing.
Oh,
Wow.
Sebastian, that's rich. Oh. Coming from the son of a farmer, I'll mutter under my chin. Anyways, yes, if that is truly the case, then perhaps the Jerrys might need our help after all. Would you allow me to consult with my senior officers?
Perhaps that is wise, Captain. I'll see you later today, then.
Yes, a good day too.
Meanwhile, Diego will have given orders to his voltigeurs because we have money. We made some money on the damn boats, so that while we are in Fatuli, we will pay for anything we need. There'll be plenty of opportunities for good, rich loot when we actually engage the enemy and beat them, and when God help them, one of their cities foolishly doesn't surrender when we show up on their doorstep and we have to storm it. So plenty of opportunities for good, honest military loot, and therefore, until I order otherwise or order otherwise specifically, we pay for everything we need or want out of the platoon funds.
Give me communication leadership, sir. Monsieur.
14.
What'd you get?
14.
14? Yeah, they'll do it. Now I just have to figure out how much money.
Okay,
you're
and I have
spending.
4 stunt points.
Those activate. For certain.
If I can use them somehow to kind of underline that.
And actually, I have a question for you. What are they paying for? Food, lodgings?
Well, okay. Yeah, don't steal food. I mean, unless we're starving, that's why I put in that thing. Unless I order differently,
Right.
Pay for your food. If you want to buy a hat, pay for your hat. We've got the money. We're not here to take from these people. So, in battle and if a city resists, then the normal rules of looting apply. But otherwise, pay for food. If you decide you want a chicken for the cook pot when we're marching, then you pay the farmer for the chicken or eggs or whatever.
Oh, actually, I can do this. I can tell you how much it will cost you per day. Wait, no, per week. That's the way I can do it. That's way easier for me. There's 25 of your men, correct?
Yep.
What I would do to have a scrap paper near me right now, but I don't have any. Scrap notepad instead. And then so you're looking at per week, you're looking at about 50 silver for food and 88 silver for housing for your 25 men.
Not counting, of course, if we're on the march and sleeping outside, I would assume.
Yeah, this is you paying for, like, I want to sleep in your barn. I'm paying you some nominal amount to sleep somewhere that isn't outside.
That's...
Or they're all bunking together, sort of thing. Like they're all pitching in to sleep in the same room. Like they're trying to that's them doing the least amount of imposition as possible.
Right. So it comes out to 130 silver pieces a week. Yeah, we can start running on that. We'll see. You know, we've got enough to support that for at least 3 weeks, I think, a month.
Okay.
Before he has to touch his. But yeah, okay, so Hail Mary pass for the 4 stump points. I'd like to use it on sway, but can we use it as sway as to the people that we deal with in these purchases? So in other words, as we're moving through and doing this, people are feeling better about us as, you know, but as Lacellians and as our group and all that stuff. Or not Lacellians, well, I guess Lacellians, but Galleons. Like to kind of give us a good reputation amongst the populace as we're.
You'll have some. You and yours will have. You and your unit, I should say, will have will at least be from. They'll at least be neutral to you. They'd be somewhat aloof to you because you guys did invade their town, but you guys didn't kill anyone yourself, so they're not as antsy towards you in particular. But they're at least neutral now. They're at least they'll treat you much like any other traveler at this point, because you are paying for stuff. You're not imposing yourself. You're not seeking vengeance against them. How much for the suite with the jacuzzi tub? Well, get enough people involved.
Well, the real expense are the teen boys and girls who are blowing on the long straws to make the bubbles.
You shall all be summoned to a officer meeting, though.
Yeah, that's just Diego's standing orders for his platoon. I mean, Diego will loot a motherfucker, but they're rules. Then yeah, when I hear the summons, I'll report to the officers.
You find yourself in some inn room somewhere in town.
Hello, everyone. Well, we are gathered here today with a very simple task of deciding where to go. I thought I'd get your advice, since my calculations on the map didn't actually quite turn out fruitful. It's a shame.
What are the orders from the major?
Well, see, here's the funny thing. The major wants us to decide. We either go left or we go right. I'll unfurl a map.
So
This
great
here
for
is the
Mr.
town
Commander.
of Seabreeze Cove. It is a strategically located town on the shore looking towards the Tin Isles. And then there's Aquahaven, a town just on the border with the Armenian Empire. The Armenians are over there sieging a border fort, as far as I know. And they maybe could use some help. Well, and the major told me to choose where we should be sent. Quite generous of him, actually.
Well, if the overall goal of the 7th Corps is to kind of shore hop until we take Alasipo, then it seems to me that Seabreeze Cove is the direction to go in.
Yes, but here's what I
Any
was
ship
thinking.
sailing from Aquahaven already has to worry about the Alamanian Navy.
Right.
But Seabreeze,
And if we're depending on our Navy for artillery support, then we want to be near the coast.
Here's what I was thinking, though. Aquahaven may be equally important because I think, let me grab my pen and pencil. If we were to go here and assist the Armenians in taking this, then perhaps our road opens up here. Now, Vitlu seems like a relatively small land, so I'm guessing they have some sort of central supply depot around here. If we were to get a hold of the supply depot, it might be crucial to these other forts falling, like so. And the supply to the garrisons in the other towns, like so, might actually be weakened.
do we have any evidence or hint that this supply depot exists?
No, of course not. This is my conjecture, but for such a small country, I would say that this is a
Alasipo
perfect.
itself is fine for shipping material to the forts. It's close to all the ones that aren't on the ocean, and the ones that are on the ocean can be resupplied by sea.
So, okay, GM, just to clarify things.
Mm-hmm.
Have the Almanians actually crossed the border, or are they haven't invaded, they're more guarding against an invasion from the Tulu, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's what we've been told.
Yeah, the idea was that they moved along the border to and they're kind of sitting there across from their forts. They're not attacking; they're just sitting on their side of it. So that way, it forced the Vitlu military to have to put their troops back in return to prevent an invasion. But part of it's also to keep the Vitlu from like retaliating and heading toward Almania. So now there's kind of this front that's been set, but now Gallia has swooped in and is now trying to do this maneuver to swarm the capital before.
So the Almanians aren't actually doing any. They're not actually on Vitulutsu. They're not attacking or besieging anybody. What they have done is managed to draw troops away from the interior and theoretically the coastal cities.
Yeah.
So again, seeing that our artillery and supply routes are heavily dependent on sea transport, moving down the coast like towards Seabreeze and then the next one and then Elisipo ultimately seems to be the plan of action. Although I will say, if supply depot or not, you could, by going into the interior, you probably, with a large enough force, you could cut their lines of communication and supply. But I really do think that you're underestimating the size of the country. I mean, it's like
Size of Texas.
well, I mean, it's the size of the lower half of the 10 Isles. It's not. If that.
I mean, how long has it been since our ships were sighted off the coast of the small town? Like hours or a day?
Probably with a day. They've had a day's warning, but they weren't expecting quite. They were expecting like a few ships to attack them or bully them, not the entirety of a 7th Corps to descend upon the town.
I mean, it would. It makes the chance of us getting to Seabreeze before word of us arriving slim, right?
Right.
If they sent a rider, they could have sent a rider the minute they spotted the ships to at least note that something's happened.
Well, I mean, the rider will take a couple of days, but we're not going to be abusing the horses the way that rider will. So
yeah. I'm just trying to think outside the box. If you think Seabreeze Cove is the right answer, then Seabreeze Cove it shall be. I'm not a military man, after all, although I'm trying to be one.
Yeah, Aquahaven is not a terrible place. It just doesn't match with the overall strategic goal that the Corps handed down.
I suppose not. Is this your final choice? Lieutenant Safwan, anything to add?
If we wanted to do any sort of attack on a supply depot, we would need evidence where it is. Otherwise, we're just marching across open land, hoping that their spies don't see us and we don't get encircled by their troops.
I'll shrug. I thought there might have been some information in Aquahaven. It would make sense, anyways.
We can still search when we get to Seabreeze for this.
Well, and we could certainly operate with the interior, but that would definitely require us living off the land. Mm-hmm. And if we're still trying to be to keep the Vituli as well disposed to us as possible during this, then living off the land is not the way to do it. And the Vituli are less than half a step away from becoming. The word doesn't exist yet, for becoming irregular fighters in every little village and holler. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure they do.
Guerrillas.
Yeah, guerrillas. Guerrillas, yeah.
Yeah.
A funny word.
I guess it depends. There are numerous stories of Gallia, the Alamanians, the 10 Islanders going through some other Porsod's country and putting every farm to the torch, and not every scenario ends with rebellion. Most of them eventually submit.
That's fair. But my primary concerns with going to Aquahaven or into the interior is we are cutting our own forces off from our own sources of resupply and support. Not to mention, the further we get towards the border with Almania, the more we're definitely going to be running into the Tulian troops. But Captain, the company is your command. You tell us what you want us to do, and we'll do our damnedest to get it done, sir.
Oh, I value the input of my lieutenants, so I shall inform Major Sebastian Leclerc that we are marching upon Seabreeze Cove.
What do you wish to do with the 5th Company, Captain?
The
Could
religious...
you put the chart up again, GM?
the church guard, you mean?
Yes.
No, okay.
Ah, yes. If it's a scouting mission, I suppose the church guard is as good as any to do it. The 5th Company can, under their own command, march on Aquahaven then.
Sir, that puts them in the same position we would have been in.
Well, Major Leclerc did say if you want to split up the companies, that's fine. Did I get that right, GM? Did he say that? Like sending one company one way and sending the other another way is fine?
Because it would be he said it would be fine because it's a unit that's big enough to defend itself and flee if it needed to. Like it wouldn't be able to take a town. It wouldn't be able to take Aquahaven by itself because it's too small. But if it got spotted, it's big enough that it could fight. It could do a fighting retreat and get away.
Actually,
Same way with Seabreeze Cove. You wouldn't necessarily be able to take Seabreeze Cove on your own, but you would be able to. If someone did spot you, you're not like sitting out there with a handful of people.
No, you know what? What we'll do is we will just concentrate all our forces onto Seabreeze Cove.
Move the entire squadron onto Seabreeze Cove?
Yep.
If we move fast enough, we might be able to interdict their interior lines of supply and communication before they know what's happening, giving the Corps a major advantage. Or who knows? We might even be able to infiltrate the city. But if we move fast, we might be able to position at least the Corps in a much better tactical situation.
All I know, nephew, is that your emperor once said, or our emperor in this case, once said that an army marches on its stomach, and therefore I assume the nation does as well. If we find whatever is feeding these people, soon they shall start to raise the white flag, and perhaps we won't even have to fire a shot.
Unless, of course, it's mana.
Mana from heaven has not fallen yet.
We could certainly see that is the outcome if that is the step you want us to take, Captain. It would be much cheaper to exist in this land by requisition.
No, I'm not suggesting we. Well, tactical starvation is just, we do what we have to do to make these people submit. It won't last for long, I hope.
Perhaps it's best to leave our options open until we know more about what we're dealing with the closer we get to Seabreeze.
Bianchi, did you say something?
I'm certainly trying to, Captain.
Well, go on, speak up.
I would like to put forward a plan for yours and the lieutenant's perusal.
The map is yours.
I believe we should head to Aquahaven, both the companies. Then, with the two of us together, I believe, with their eyes focused on the Armenians and believing the rest of us were going along the coast, we could take Aquahaven, and after that, instead of heading down further into the interior, to cut straight back across. Keep our movements unpredictable, but then meeting back up with the main army.
It is a week's journey, as I've been informed by Captain Leclerc, possibly even further down to the next city. However, the thought of going to Aquahaven has also crossed my mind, because at that point we consolidate our forces. Should we straight on march with the entire corps down the coast, the Vitluvians might find themselves dastardly and cut us off by capturing back this town where we are right now and possibly capturing back Seabreeze Cove later.
I
we
imagine they're
cause
going to
the-
leave divisions behind us, Captain, to to garrison Shellstrand and Seabreeze.
Naturally,
And
but
we need.
can we expect that the Vitluvians don't have a large enough force to break these garrisons? We don't know.
Well, in any
anything about
event,
their forces.
even if we managed to take Aquahaven with the two companies, we wouldn't have the men necessary to leave behind to hold it.
We'd have to
Oh,
get
no.
we'd have to get the Armenians to hold it.
That's
sure.
that's when
Hmm.
that's where the Armenians come in. Perhaps it's time for them to take their role in this war a lot more seriously.
But
I mean, it's a bold
Aquahaven
plan.
isn't the reason we're at war. We're at war. We're at war to stop them from trading with the Ten Isles. Seabreeze and Elispo are the jewels to that.
With the ultimate goal being Alisipo.
I am merely worried
Elisip-
about their forces congregating somewhere on the Armenian border trying to strike back at us. Hence, why I wish to cut them off with the Armenians' help. You are correct, Sergeant Bianchi, in this. However, I think I have been, what's the word? Democratically outvoted?
There is no democracy in this unit.
Yes, well, I value, like I said, the input of my officers.
I will addend to that, Captain, that if we wanted the First Corps to assist us, if we were to attack Aquahaven, we would necessitate a communication with the First Corps' regiment, whoever happens to be there. If they negate us, then any attack on Aquahaven's moot anyway.
Then why bloody hell Major Leclerc was it even offered as an option? Screw it then. Gather all forces and move towards Seabreeze Cove.
So does the major expect us to use these two companies to take Seabreeze Cove?
No, I imagine not. We are merely the vanguard force. We are to secure a foothold in a possibly nice position above or next to Seabreeze Cove, and
How
lay the
large
foundation.
how large of a population does Seabreeze Cove have?
Do we have any intelligence on that? Gerard, do we have any intelligence on that?
Give me an intelligence roll, please. Historic lore.
Well, it's useless. Here, does 12 do it?
Heard multiple rolls.
Oh yeah, I assumed it since.
Yeah,
was
more than one
asking-
person could roll. Yeah, I was like,
Sure, I'll throw one out. I don't know fucking anything.
You know which end of the glaive to hold. Liberty Prime has entered chat. Democracy is non-negotiable. Unfortunately, in the Grand Army, it certainly is. Actually, it is non-negotiable in the Grand Army. It's a no.
Yeah, I mean, this is the person who said that is heavily Republican, and they still said no.
14 will do it. I just have to figure out how big it is. 1 second. 1 second.
I mean, it's unlikely we could take it, but as the vanguard, if an opportunity presents itself.
Well, I'm thinking about trying to, on our best behavior, requisition a single battery of horse artillery, and maybe we can.
Yeah, I'm not even necessarily thinking that we couldn't take something like Aquahaven. We just couldn't hold it by ourselves.
Or
yeah, but I don't think we have to.
Here's a very radical idea. How about we speak to them and humbly request their surrender, knowing what's to come?
Yeah, I mean that's what you do. You just make it explicit that you have a cannon before you do that.
Not only do we have cannon, we have 20,000 people waiting to jump you if you don't surrender. We will not starve you out. We will not do anything of the sort. We will merely march in and take it.
So we're not
no.
doing the.
of course
starving.
we'd put them under siege if we needed to.
I mean, of course we would, but we warned them that we have a large force incoming, and that if they don't surrender, this large force will be upon them. Do you know how diplomacy works?
Well, I mean, people
Right.
often don't believe what they can't see.
Right. Not to mention that if they can tie down that large force in an extended siege, that might be something that the national government wants, because tie us up in a siege, then we have less force of maneuver.
Well, I suggest we go over there and we speak to the commander of the garrison, if there truly is one, and then we can see.
Speak with
Okay.
them right after firing off a demonstration round from the cannon.
Right.
I'll see if I can get Major Leclerc to grant us a couple of force batteries.
Well, of course,
5,000. We can manage that.
yeah, we can manage that. We of course will speak to them, Captain. But respectfully, sir, you have demonstrated in the past a tendency to underestimate our opponents. It is a character flaw you might need to work on.
Now, nephew, if you're referring to the incident with the Tin Islanders, I was barely involved.
No. The church guard was a bunch of rabble that couldn't form square. Then there was no need to worry about cannons, because we would only be attacked by rabble with cannons. I'm just saying, all due respect, you have a tendency to underestimate our opponents.
Now, nephew, you are out of line. Like I said, I was hardly involved.
Yes, I noticed.
Oh, shit.
You're lucky floggings don't exist in this army.
I mean, Diego was the one who had to take over command of the right flank, because you weren't there.
And you did a stellar job, didn't you?
Yeah. So yeah, CB's Grove, 5,000 people. I mean, assuming we can get into the town. That would be the thing. Get in,
I mean,
take the gate, hold the
a town
gates,
of
and then our
5,000
troops
people,
in.
I doubt they even have walls, right? So,
Huh?
Look, I've spoken to worse people or worse targets than the captain of a garrison before. I hope that I can convince him, and if not, we'll simply lay the foundations for a siege.
So I think now we're getting ahead of ourselves before
extra
we see what
information?
the situation is.
Extra information?
Yeah. Be particularly interesting if there was anything historical I knew about the status of Seabreeze Cove's walls.
Yeah, like, does the place have a star fortress, perhaps?
It is
a star fortress.
It is a fortified city, because they've had to deal with Tin Islander pirates in the past, as well as Vinland pirates, as well as pirates from the Far East. But they're not quite as. Oh, a lot of those defenses aren't quite as. It's not like a fort city by any means. Like Aquahaven is close to an honest-to-God fort, but Seabreeze has walls. It has cannon. It's more defended than Lysel was, for sure.
Do we know if their defenses are concentrated towards the sea?
Yeah,
And
they're
maybe
definitely
not so
concentrated
much
more.
towards-
They're concentrated more toward the water than it is toward land. Yeah.
Okay, that's an advantage. So yeah, I say we ride fast and see what's up at Seabreeze Cove and maybe steal a march on the enemy.
In any case, yes, if they decide to engage in a skirmish with us, we shall very well reply. Although I hope it doesn't come to that. It's such a nice fortress, it would be a shame to leave it. I will go and beg Major Leclerc for some force artillery. Thank you for your inputs. You are dismissed.
I mean, if we really wanted to cause some trouble, we just start running up and down the middle of the country and draw all forces after us. The Corps comes swinging down the countryside. I mean, we could pull a Phil Sheridan, I feel sure. Or a Crow would have to pack 3 days' rations to fly across the country.
I presume McNeil
I
goes
mean,
to meet with Leclerc.
we could also just say hell to the supply lines and do a Sherman and just march on burning the whole way.
Yeah, but
Yes.
Kind of
McNeil rejoins with Leclerc once more.
Well, in conjunction with my senior staff, we have decided to take both companies down to Seabreeze Cove.
Very well. What do you suppose to achieve there, Captain?
Well, we shall try and engage the captain of their garrison in dialogue and see if he'd be willing to surrender before the might of the 7th Corps, so we don't have to do anything extraordinary to force him to surrender. Should he decide to skirmish us, we will skirmish him, and should he decide to all-out fight us, we shall retreat to the safety of the Corps.
Safety of the core.
Yes, you will be right behind us, won't you, sir?
Ah, yes.
May
Sorry,
I
from
be
your
so
talk
bold-
from earlier about your march to Aqua Haven, I was fearing that you meant the core as in the core of the country, not the core from which you serve. But yes, that would be...
It could be my accent, sir. Of course, I will
Yes.
keep an eye out on it, sir. May I be so bold, sir, to request one thing, sir?
You may request.
I require a battery of horse artillery. I am absolutely serious, sir.
Well... One moment. Pull some papers. Let me see who's where. Who's planning to be where. What do you intend to do with this horse artillery?
Well, should the enemy truly be so stubborn as to fight us, at least we'll have a fighting chance with the guns. And should we need it, we will use them as an intimidation piece, sir, to demonstrate that we have guns and we're not afraid to use them.
Let's see. Of course, it's buried under all this paper. Really wish people organized this better for me. I need to get new staff.
May I suggest hiring a butler like I have? He's been very helpful.
I'm not sure a butler is going to be much to do with the bureaucratic papers, but...
Oh, he's not much of a butler these days. He's more of a spy, you see.
Is he?
So,
Gives you a
so
look.
So I have rebranded him, sir.
Not anymore.
A spy for us, of course.
I'm glad you
Yes,
clarified that, Captain.
Yes, he has a tendency to slip into places where he shouldn't be. On the enemy side, of course. He's very
For
inconspicuous.
certain
like that,
definitions
sir.
of enemy.
I can put in the request, but you'll have to wait until at least tomorrow to hear anything back, since I'll have to meet with the regiment commander of the horse artillery to see if they can lend us anything.
That sounds acceptable. Please note in your report that a battery of, I don't know, 12 guns should be sufficient.
I would advise you to write it yourself or have one of your staff scribe it for you, and then through my staff we'll hand it over. It will go over far better if it comes, since you will have to, it will be speedier, if nothing else, for you to explain it in your diction rather than me trying to. Frankly, I don't think you need horse artillery, but if you're able to convince the regiment commander of such, then it is the regiment commanders are of the horse artillery to lend.
Very good. I shall start writing immediately. Good day.
Good day, Captain.
Good pound Sam.
GM, what's the distance between where we're at and Seabreeze?
1 second.
What are you thinking of? Maybe the grooms and the voltigeurs just heading off now while the cavalry catches up?
Well, no, I'm just trying to figure out what distance we're about to travel.
You also think about feeding your army and paying it and such.
Are we playing an RPG or a war game?
Yes.
Yes.
So, is the army not paying for it?
Well, someone doesn't want to forage from the land and wants to be nice to all
No,
the
no,
villagers.
no. McNeil said we could burn if we want to. So, I'm all about to take
Burn the
everything.
supply depot, not burn the land.
No,
and
you
salt it so that
specifically
none may
said
live.
tactical starvation.
Well, actually, yes, I did say that.
You rose the dragon banner, as it were, by accident.
Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, because without countermanding, at least
you go
the
ahead and try.
50 Cuirassier are about to live off the land completely.
Just do be mindful what you're burning. Cows are off limits. Wheat, wheat will do.
Okay, we're not burning anything. We're just taking it.
About 3 to 4 days.
We can live.
that's
We
not
can
bad.
live off military rations. That's fine.
Yeah, military rations is also another name for Vitluvian cattle and wheat.
Is that what's the best pace to get there without being absolutely exhausted and all the horses blown that our two companies could manage?
3 days if you're not shoving yourself too hard. If you ride like the wind, in like you know, but yeah, the parameters you set, 3 days is probably the best you're gonna get if you're staying within that parameter.
Okay. Because I'm thinking if we can move fast enough, because they're probably not expecting the galleons, the Empire, to move against them that quickly after landing. If we can move fast enough, we might be able to be there and through their gates before they necessarily are at all prepared for any military action landward side, and we can be inside, and once we're in, the city is pretty much ours.
That's it. I'm kind of down with that plan.
I mean, might not work, but it's move fast, move boldly, and if we can, it would be shocking if they were actually prepared for a force to move that quickly upon them, even a relatively small one.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I mean, assuming that all the supplies that we need can be gotten in this town.
I mean, it is a trading town, so I mean, we would want. We would probably want the supports to come in after us pretty quick, and ships to definitely come in pretty quick. But I mean, that's my feeling. We might be able, if we move fast enough, to use our small, highly mobile force to get into the town before they're really ready for us, and literally be in the town, because I think we could probably take it if we didn't get trapped outside the walls. But so I say we move fast and as hard as we can without wearing everybody out, and see if we can't literally steal a march. Well, not literally, but
I mean, GM, do we already have the supplies we would need for those 3 days? Because otherwise, whether or not we wait for the cannons would be kind of moot, because we would have to wait that long to get supply. We'd have to
draw 3 days of supply is pretty standard for infantry anyway.
Well, I'm asking, do we have that already? And
there's a test you'd have to do to draw for you to detach away from the core and then head out on your own. You'd need to draw some away.
Okay.
There's a check involved.
Well, catching back up with McNeil, do you want to put in for the gun or not, or do you want to go now?
Yes, we'll put in for 12 guns.
12 guns, that's going to double our size.
A gun comes with how much crew? 4 or 5 per gun?
Oh,
and
no, like
12 horses.
12.
Yeah,
12 horses.
Horse artillery was lighter than that.
They're all riding horses, so they're fast, but no, they have a lot of people per gun. It doesn't take that many people to use the gun, but you have additional support people and officers, so the number per gun does get pretty high.
6 guns?
I would think a company of guns is only like 5 or 6.
Yeah, they can.
That's why Isabel was only
a
asking
small
for
company.
one.
1 gun.
Yeah, as literally as a demonstration to spook them.
God. If they decide to engage us with one gun, we're screwed because they'll have the force guns.
Well, but we also are all mounted, so we can
Just
we can
decide not to be
evacuate
there.
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
our
line-
hope if
The
we
line
if
infantry
we
is not
move,
mounted.
What?
yeah, our entire force is mounted.
Yeah, you're dragoons.
South
Yeah.
One's force is also mounted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, hell. I thought we had some line in there as well. Well, the Dame's forces are not mounted.
No, everybody's
Yeah, they
mounted.
Yeah.
They
You're
are
the
mounted?
second division to dragoons. Everything's dragoons. All
There
the way
are-
down.
We're mounted.
Yeah,
We're
you have to
mostly
go-
mounted infantry, but we also have dedicated cavalry. But
You have-
yeah, we're all mounted.
In fact, I don't even think that the corps is just made up of 2 dragoons of cavalry. There's not even any infantry on this continent with us.
Right.
Oh, hell.
Yeah, because the hope of the 7th is to hit this place with speed, and just swarm them with this. I mean, it is 20,000 cavalry and horse guns and
Yeah.
dragoons.
God, imagine. This is just sinking in. Do you know how much horses eat? Good God.
Mhm.
Feeding
Yeah.
20,000
Yeah.
horses.
The hope of paying these people reasonable prices for their food is going to dissipate very quickly with this many
Yeah,
horses.
yeah.
That's why we need to
But
strike
yeah.
hard,
Oh.
strike fast.
Yeah, that's why I'm advocating that we take the time we need to get like 3 days worth of rations, and we take our 2 mounted companies and we go and try and surprise the shit out of them and go, "Hi, we're in
Yeah.
your town square. It's ours now."
You know what, GM, roll back the conversation with me and Leclerc really quickly. We're not gonna request the guns. I'll just tell him, okay, if it's gonna take a day, fine. We're gonna head out straight away.
Yeah, that's fine. And even with that conversation, you could have said, "I'll request this." Then you think more on it, talking like you send a letter, say, "Yeah, no, never mind about that." And it's like, okay, like,
Yeah,
it's no sweat
never
off him. It's not
mind.
like he was waiting on you to write it out. It's like, hey, if you don't wanna, all right, I don't mind.
The horse already can go stick it. We're gonna go and mount up and ride right now because if the name of the game is Blitzkrieg, well, hell, then let's go.
So what's the role to draw the rations and be on our way?
Communication.
I'm gonna let the major do that. The captain do that.
Well, Major. Oh,
well,
promoted that.
who are we getting this? Who is this communication to?
The quartermaster general, or
Yeah, from one of the quartermasters at least. Yeah. From,
Is that what faction does that person belong to?
Oh, that's worth asking.
I was about to say because it might actually be one if this guy's a militarist, right?
Militarist, yeah.
But he could be something else.
I have
So
a bonus with militarists as well, and my communication is a 5.
yeah, but I think me and Diego have like 8s and 9s with militarists. But we have terrible scores with other people because we've committed.
Right.
That's why. Like if he's anything else, you're right. You would be the best.
We get
Oh,
because we
unless
are
they're
militarists, we
YSL.
get certain bonuses. Yeah.
The quartermaster you need to negotiate this from is a bourgeois. He's a,
Ooh.
The
So
bourgeois
that would,
don't really like me, actually.
I have a +2 with the bourgeois.
Be my guest then. You go smooch the bourgeois' ass.
I mean, I literally
Yep.
did that. I spent a bunch of money to do that at my.
Yep, you're the best. You're the best with the bourgeois. I'm only +1.
You're the
Yeah,
best.
I am +5, but that gets eaten up a lot by being a militarist. Back down to +2. Is this communication or communication persuasion?
communication something. I don't know if it's persuasion. I get the feeling there's an itch that tells me it's something else.
Evaluation.
I mean, if we're asking him to prioritize our requests, right?
One moment. Uno momento. Brain. Do I not know how work? There we go. That's what I was looking for. And
Probably be insulting to suggest animal handling.
I was gonna make that joke. Damn it. Bargaining is what I'm looking for.
Oh, okay.
And actually, I should have nailed you for gambling back there for the as a focus, but oh well. I didn't realize it until now. Yeah, it'd be communication bargaining to get the quartermaster to let you walk off with some other stuff.
13.
13 is enough. You're only drawing 3 days, and they're like, okay, sure. 3 days for your squadron, yeah?
Well, no, 3 days is just the time to get there. I think we would need to draw like a week, or that would be irresponsible, right? Because then we'd be getting to see Reeves Cove and have no food left to handle the situation.
You could get a week's worth from the quartermaster. They're willing to part with some of it, yeah.
All right.
Now, this is horse rations included as well, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. That's part of why they needed this big fleet to leave from the northern Kaiserberg provinces and such, is to build up as all your, because part of it was troop transport and food transport and pay transport, because it's a long way back to Gallia.
I say, is there another person, another like officer in here who's responsible for doling stuff out? My question is because I might try crowd appeal and see if I can get something else. Like maybe there's a guy over here who has too much gunpowder or something, or there's someone in here who's might be easy to persuade to let me have something else.
Yeah, I'll do that. I have an idea.
And they could only, I mean, this person has to have a willpower, I think, of 1 or less.
Oh, no, actually, sorry. You're right.
Oh.
I forgot about that. Their willpower would be high enough they would have canceled that out.
So, high willpower.
So if we're taking the whole squadron, is Leclerc coming with, or is he putting it under McNeil's command temporarily?
Well, Leclerc has the rest of his unit, the other companies, the other squadrons, so he's helping with the larger thing. He's just letting the first squadron under McNeil to head off on this mission.
Then I spend for efficiency, so we're out here in half the time we thought it would have taken to...
Yeah, I was going to have this eat a day to get them sorted out, but yeah, you can get it done in a half day, just because you're able to kind of push it. You're able to help them fill out the paperwork and give them exactly what you need and what you don't need, which saves them on supplying certain things. Like, no, we don't need more of this. We got plenty of that. Skip that. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, who was trying to load us up with a barrel of boot polish?
Yeah.
They think we're going to be doing
That's part of the draw. No, I know that's what it says on the paper, but we really don't need it. We got plenty. We barely did any fighting, so our shoes are plenty clean. Like, oh, well, never mind then. Yeah, you're able to draw your supplies for a week inside a half day.
While Isabel is taking care of that, Diego wants to see if maybe he can find a fellow militarist in, I don't know if I'd get to talk to a captain of a ship necessarily, but maybe somebody of a lower rank who's in command of a smaller ship. But basically, I want to see if I can get at least a ship or two to be in readiness. So if we send a rider back saying, "Hey, we've taken the town. We need the Navy to get down here and support," with a quickness that we might be able to speed up that process a little bit.
Like, you're hoping to find some captain who can be like a messenger boat for you. Like, is that my understanding?
I mean, if they would beat us there, that'd be better, right?
No, because then they'd be fired on by the fort.
Yeah, well, I mean, we tell them, like, be there, like, a day or two after us.
Or stay away from the guns of the cove. Like, they arrive,
right.
And they'll park themselves, like, somewhere where you can signal at them, but not so close that sea breeze can shoot at them.
Well, and if the Navy is sending some smaller ships or whatever to like kind of scout the coasts ahead of us, I mean, which I would think maybe the Navy's going to do, if I could talk to one of those guys before they leave and maybe arrange a signal.
For you.
But yeah, otherwise,
give me communication investigation.
Yeah. What investigation?
Communication investigation.
Okay, I do not have investigation, so.
As you're asking around to find the kind of person you're looking
15.
for. Yeah, you can. 15 I think gets it. Hold on. All right. 15 gets it. Yep. You're able to find someone who you can make arrangements. Someone you find a militarist captain who's able to who's already kind of heading that way anyway.
Okay.
And it's like, hey, if we signal you, my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you'll make you'll have a prearranged signal that, hey, if we signal this, get up to Shellstrand and let the Navy know to come down here.
Right. That we've got the town, but we need support ASAP.
Yeah, you can do that. There's no follow-up role on that. You find a person.
Okay.
I mean, it's no sweat off their back. It's like, hey, we're gonna do this, and we might. Could you just send a message for us? Like, yeah, we can do that. That's not hard.
Yeah. If you see 3 blue signal rockets lancing up from Seabreeze Cove, then our small forces got in the town. But to make sure that we hold it for our side, we'll need somebody
Where
to
do we get blue signal rockets?
from the Navy.
Of course.
Yeah, 20 silver each.
Oh. It's going into your bill, Diego.
Wait, for what?
For signal flares.
Well, I said the signal flares because if I'm recalling my Hornblower right, they called them signal rockets, but it was basically the same thing as flares.
Oh yeah, but that's more of a ship
those,
thing.
They have those telegraph systems. We can just do our own,
You can't telegraph a
whatever.
ship.
No, I mean they had those, colors on poles. You know what I mean?
You mean a semaphore?
No, not a. Is that what
Yeah, a
it's called?
semaphore is the tower with the little,
The inflated bladders or whatever it was.
Yeah, there you go.
So we'll work out whatever signal with the Navy.
Yeah. You're able to figure something to that degree, and the captain is fine with doing that, because it's either I don't have to do anything because you didn't do it, or you did it, and oh god, we need to get Seabreeze Cove secured.
Right.
I need to race back and tell everyone, hey, you know that recon and force unit? Yeah, they took the city. Get down there quickly before the rest of the army figures out what they've done.
So we're taking both the elite company and the 5th company.
Yep.
Am I understanding that right? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you're taking the 1st squadron.
Cool.
I do have an idea. Would it be possible for me to do a communication check opposed versus the local officials to see if there's a salon here? Or people open to the members of the salon?
You're a member of the salon?
I am.
There is. There's one in every major town. Now, how big it is depends on how much influence the salon have, but there's always at least a salon somewhere in town. You just need to be there at night. You just need to show up that night to check with them. But you can just pop into to where the salon is and talk with whoever is local, because you know the symbols to look for.
There's our 5th column in Seabreeze.
I know. I was about to say you and me could raise like 24 gorillas or whatever.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because I could either try and raise financial support so we can pay our troops. Well, I would have the money to make sure we don't have to, essentially take from the land, or maybe even do intellectual exchange to maybe get a +3 on. Does the town or does the cove have a certain well-known but hidden structural weakness or best place to attack from?
What kind of patriots would they be if they told you that?
They're members of the same salon. It's all to the same end.
Essentially, if we can take it with as little bloodshed as possible, we'll take advantage of it.
Well, not to mention we get there and you can make contact with the salon in Seabreeze. That's awesome. I hadn't thought about that.
The salon are like Freemasons, right?
Well, I have a whole thing written out about them. They're members who are. They are people who are supporters of Stornhelm. So various people of.
Yeah.
It is literally people who go to salons to talk. It's not a secret society in that sense, in the Freemason sense. It's more of a various people in the Great Game who happen to be loyal, or either loyal to the Stornhelms or see that their fortunes will rise if the Stornhelm fortunes rise.
I see. So yeah, Freemasons.
Less weird robes, though. More tea and wine.
But
An imperial ambition.
That's essentially what I'd like to try and do. Whether I can raise financial support to make sure we don't have to like take from the land and the locals, or try and gain some.
So you want to pull
advantageous
some
information.
financial support?
Well, either that or intellectual exchange. Like
You can
get
do both.
Information.
It's just
Oh,
it's
I
just
can
that
do
financial support's once per month. That's the only thing you need to. So once you do it,
Oh,
you've done it for the month.
Oh, sure. I'll do both.
You are able to. The person you meet with in Selstrand doesn't have it on them, but they give you a note to draw from the bank, and you get a total of 500 silver pieces.
Yeah. Hey, Diego. I've raised 500
Huh?
silver pieces for the fund.
Ah, excellent.
Don't ask where I got it from.
I wasn't planning to.
And you can give me an intelligence roll engineering. You have +3 to the roll because you ask like, hey, do you know anyone? It's like, well, I don't know, but I know someone who knows someone who knows someone. And you can ask them.
I know that.
19 with 6 dice.
Now you're rolling right.
19. 19, you say? 19?
Yes.
Yep. You're able to learn. You're asking for like some sort of weakness in the defenses of Seabreeze Cove, or
Weakness or something I can use to maybe get us in undetected. Something like that. It's well known, but kind of a forgotten type deal.
So there is an old smuggler's cove, not cove, but like
Like a tunnel.
tunnel, yes, but it's on the water. There's a word for it, and it's escaping me. But there's a water route of some kind. I can't remember. There's a word for it, and it's whatever. Water route.
No. We just did this in Halinak Station.
There's a water route that leads into not that kind of. You're not scuba. It's on the water, not in the water. Anyway.
And there's sharks, and
Well, yes.
it's unstable, and
With freaking laser beams on their heads.
You can get into like the underdocks with a small force, and like get into just within the docks with like a few. It's harder the more people you try to sneak, but it's usually meant to sneak like 10 guys at most with some stuff to like on a small rowboat, and then kind of secretly dump it onto the inside of the dock. It used to be a big problem back when the piracy was a lot worse between the 10 Isles and Vitlu. This was like before the coalition, before the revolution, that was an issue. But since then, well, because the Vitlu Navy's a lot better, the 10 Isles have straightened up quite a bit and have stomped on their own pirates. The Age of Pirates is largely being not quite as good as it ever was. So that old smuggling route, it's still there. It's just that, who's gonna bother? Because if you screw it up, you have the Seabreeze militia, the Seabreeze Guard coming down on you. Plus the Vitluian Navy if you try to sneak up a big boat. So, but there's a way to get there. Just harder the bigger you try to move people.
Yeah, that's super helpful. I just need to figure out what to do with 6 points.
More info, more info, more info.
You can do it once.
Oh.
Could I do extra information and compensate? So maybe in that area that we'll be using, we ignore the environmental penalties.
Yeah, so you know of things to look out for that. Hey, those laser sharks are classified. So you're able to, of how some of the weaknesses it has. So you're able to figure out what you need, what extra bit of lumber you need to bring if you wanted to bring horses or something heavy, or just make it safe to walk on, because the boards down there can be rotted and forgotten and stuff like that. Like no one smuggled down there forever. So you know of things you need to bring along, so you've compensated for that. The extra information is that it isn't quite written down, but the person you borrow the books from when you give them back that day tells you that in short, tells you that it is a place where it is not a place where anyone of the Les Salons go, but it is a place revolutionaries of Vitlu have used in the past, and likely continue to use. This isn't confirmed. I've never seen it for myself, but if I were a revolutionary seeking to overthrow the Queen of Vitlu, that's where I would go. If I were to move around or sneak things in and out. So you may be running into calendarmen and black powderists and arsonists there.
But that's I'd bring that up to if I could meet with the others. I'd bring this up.
So the clerk's not there. Rousseau's not necessarily there. It's your company.
Well, technically, she's coming with us, isn't she?
Well, I don't know where this is being told. I imagine because McNeil and Rousseau don't stay in the same tent in the same house. They have their own companies.
Then yeah, just our guys then.
Yeah.
So I managed to gain some information on Seabreeze Cove. If it should make our approach and possibly taking the settlements much easier.
Okay.
I like this news.
Apparently, there is an old smuggler's route which was heavily used when they were dealing with the Tin Isles, but has since been forgotten. I'll point it out on the map where it is. We may need to take some lumber in case some of the wood has rotted. And apparently, unsubstantiated, but apparently it's where some revolutionists may access that have issues with the Queen. So, a group of 10 or so people could sneak in, make contact with the revolutionists, and we've got a two-pronged attack, one from inside and outside the city.
I mean, I don't think there's any among us who are going to inspire any revolutionaries to take up arms.
True, but
the passage itself has real value.
Yeah.
That's the information I have, and the extra option available.
Putting a small force in from that direction while at the same time coming in, that gives us yet.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of options. That's good.
Yeah, I imagine we could do something like once we get to Seabreeze, right? Then we'll detach you and the light company to go, or the light platoon to go in via this passage, while the rest of the elite and the 5th go through the main gate.
Yep.
Yes, while we draw their attention, you pop out from underneath the docks and flank them within their own settlement.
Yeah, while the main force is riding through the town, the small force gets in and finds the governor and says, "Surrender, or I shoot you now."
Well, it seems like we have our...
Only even more smugly.
Seems our plans and information and goods are gathered. Captain, should we assemble the squadron and sally forth?
Yes, we shall. You all have your orders. See you on the field.
Huzzah!
We're going to be seeing you a lot over the next 3 days. We're all going together.
Well, yes. Yes, but we have to pack individually, so...
No. Oh, we support an officer. We're going to help you pack everything.
So, with that, our first mission into this second campaign has closed, and these brave first squadron, this elite company, has styled themselves a force and recon to do a bit of early conquering to lessen the impact upon the poor Vitluians who are about to be overrun with a very, very hungry army. But, all that said, I thank all of you for watching, and for those playing, thank you very much for playing, and I hope to see you again next time. Good one.
Yeah, the one good role I have, and it's to get money and information.
Hey, That information is probably going to be vital, I think.